All right, folks. This is Stanley versus the World Part Two today. We're gonna finish up uh, listening to John shit on black people, and then we're going to a new Sociology 101 from Penn State popped up, so we'll probably do that one next. So let's see, what is it? Three. So I just oh, and I see 907 Eats is on. So we may be looking at Chef Big Bank. So anyway, let's go ahead and start this. And at some point, I'll probably have to go and do a little bit of prep for dinner, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Low IQ blacks, got to bring JP.
Honest about it. And it's kind of like people like banter. These motherfuckers just say the most ignorant shit, and they just run off at the mouth, and eventually they do get kicked back. Like I see Vance get kicked off of panels because he won't shut the hell up. And
kicked off is not kicked back, but nevertheless.
So I was reading something.
Yeah, you dumb son of a bitch, John. You know what?
Why?
John, you're not fucking literate enough to make these sort of fine line distinctions. What he meant by kickback is pushback and kicked off. Okay, you know what? Kickback and kicked off can be the same thing. Motherfucker, you don't read books. So shut the fuck up.
I didn't Art kick off JP. If Art is
see, once again, this motherfucker is all whataboutism. He's just gotta have something to say, just like some blabbermouth high school girl. John can be a chatty Cathy sometimes. It's very disturbing.
Right. That's all good. But yeah, I mean, that's what JP is doing. He's going around fishing for subscribers through other people's shit.
But JP has more subscribers than I have. He has more subscribers than Bob.
Okay,
need to go on Bob for?
Okay, dude, literally, he just explained it to you, John. He's going for more subscribers. Does he have 1 million subscribers? We're always looking for more subscribers, John. Why do you even have to fucking comment every 5 seconds? It's very, very womanly.
He's just going around having a good time.
He just going around having a good time.
I don't watch it.
He made Bob.
What's up, Drake?
Ryan Barwell, I think, donated $400.
And
he said, "Hey, I want JP to take over."
Have I ever seen you on in this chat before, Dre? It's good to see you. Hit the link if you want. You know what? I did not pin the link, did I? Hold on one sec here. I'll drop the link. One sec here. Pin message. There we go. Yeah, hit the link if you want to come up, Dre. It's been a while. This is I don't know if you know this guy, Dre. It's John Galt. And he is critiquing just to hear himself talk, it appears. And we'll get into the details of it, but John has a beef with me. Of course, I never have beefs with anyone. I'm a go along to get along kind of guy. But just sitting here critiquing this self-hating black dude.
For the next couple hours.
Because I think he's, this great nigga on YouTube. I watch him because I think he's funny.
He is funny. He's got a lot of charisma.
And a lot of times he be hitting on shit. Like, if you just take out all the...
So this nigga is basically saying JP be right about a lot of shit.
No, he's not basically saying it, John.
But he said JP can't make any money. Nigga, you watch him. The fuck you want to watch him for free?
Damn it. This motherfucker will not shut the fuck up and let a man speak for himself. No, that's not what he meant, John. If he meant it, he'd have said it, John. just a fucking chatty Cathy. Is it the pot? Is it the alcohol that makes you all jittery and chattery?
Sometimes he be hitting on some shit if you just really listen to him.
Sometimes.
So I take the good with the bad.
He didn't say anything about being right or any of that
90,
shit. He's just hitting
90%
on
of
some
what he
things.
says is nonsense. But about that 10% that you just need to listen to, if you just wide through all the fuckery and the bullshit, he will be saying some profound shit sometimes.
And that's the thing. 10% of JP's profound shit is greater than 100%.
Again. No, John. 10% of JP is not better than 100%. Why does John have to fucking constantly chatter? Dude, what's wrong with your soul?
The other niggas who ain't got nothing to say on the panel, they just say they dullers. They have nothing on their mind.
They're dullards.
So,
You mean
they can't say anything? JP comes up with
like
his 10% of speech says, and that's better than the 100% than the other feeble brains up there have.
Dude, John, you're a feeble brain.
Do you think he doesn't deserve compensation for what he brings to channels?
No.
Right now.
I mean, that's like saying, well, you brought Loa, for example. I mean, you think CT, if she comes up on CT's panel, he would actually, compensate her?
Yeah, if she went up consistently and cammed up, yes, I think he would.
Now I want you to look.
But what I learned from that experience,
hold on,
percent right now, 100%.
30, it's the 30, it's the 70 sectors where Great Crack hangs out.
People can understand and see this is where they're at. Now he's
Skywalker and Art Bishop.
The problem is the conversation that Speak Radio and Universal are having. It's more interesting than what John has to comment on it. John doesn't seem capable of just letting something play for 5 minutes and then commenting. He's got to stop this shit every 30 seconds to interject his literally high and mighty nonsense. The Universal and Speak are currently more interesting than anything John has said so far.
For subscribers through other people's shit. And I'm not knocking on JB because I don't watch him because I think he's, this great nigga on YouTube. I watch him because I think he's funny.
He is funny. He's got a lot of charisma.
And a lot of times he be hitting on shit. Like if you just
he's funny, he got charisma, but he doesn't want
John will just play the
man to be on welfare.
Dude, what he wants the man to be on welfare. John, I think if Charleston White had said it, it would actually get a laugh or two. When you say it, it just sounds like a miserable, cynical old black man just dragging on Negroes just because you're just bitter or some bullshit like that. Maybe you should take off the fucking hat. Maybe you won't look so dopey. Well, you're smoking dope, so that might be impossible. But dude, can't you just let this play through a few minutes without you fucking just nattering on about nothing much?
Or get out and go work a bullshit.
Well, fuck, JP's more talented than you are, John Galt. Okay, you are at your most entertaining when you are acting like JP. When you start bobbing your head and your eyes bug out and you're doing the little hucklebuck, talking about N-words this and N-words that. The closer you get to JP's behavior, the more interesting you get, at least. What you have to say is generally pretty pedestrian.
Shit job like Speakcast. That's very interesting.
Just take out all the dumb, crazy shit that he says. Sometimes he be hitting on some shit. But about that 10% that he will be saying some
compensation for what he brings to channels. Right now.
I mean, that's like saying, well, you brought Loa, for example. I mean, you think CT, if she comes up on CT's panel, he would actually, compensate her?
Yeah, if she went up consistently and cammed up, yes, I think he would.
Now, I want you to look at this comment in the audience. Here's Speak saying CT won't pay JP.
God damn it.
But EAE right here in the chat says CT has paid JP in the past. See, that's what I'm saying. Speak is dumb as fuck, man. Like, he's just a real dumb, low IQ.
No,
Look,
I'm
right
sorry,
here.
John.
It's
I'm
EAE
sorry, John.
saying this.
The
CT
problem-
has paid JP in the past.
The problem is that if Speak Radio is low IQ, what does that make you commenting on something a low IQ motherfucker has to say? Do you spend your days commenting on what, quote, low IQ people do? What does that make you? The low IQ whisperer? What the fuck? It sounds so stupid. You spending this much time on someone you consider low IQ. And by the way, folks, I don't think Speak Radio got to see this last night. So, he wanted my thoughts on it. And I mean, this is typical John Galt. I mean, he's doing what John Galt does, which is, sit here, get drunk, and say much of nothing. We know he's going to drag on black people. So, there's no surprise there. I'm just wondering if his opinion is that all these people are so low IQ. Why is he spending time doing it? John has a very high opinion of himself. And for someone who is so abusive of black people, dude, as I said earlier, this motherfucker has a China syndrome of the soul. His moral core fucking went critical and melted through the floor years ago, apparently. So, other than see you in hell, that's really my critique.
Here's another person saying JP has original viewpoint and he's actually pretty smart.
No, he's actually
JP
not really smart. No, see, this is the problem. See, this is that bullshit, that white boy bullshit that these racists like John Galt and CT and Be Brave, they depend heavily on IQ scores. Okay, when you know what, you can have the highest IQ score, but if you're fucking like deliberately doing what someone like JP does, are you really smart? Okay, smart is more than your IQ score. And that's what these fucking racists like John Galt can't seem to understand. Okay, you can have a high IQ and be on welfare, but it's a waste of IQ. If indeed JP is that smart, well, motherfucker, he's wasting talent.
Because I don't know, CT is known for compensating people to come on this panel.
You don't know that, but that means you don't know if he has or has not.
But that's just me. Now, if JP were to get, 20K subscribers, hell, who knows? Maybe he needs to start being compensated. But right now, where he's at, no.
So I want him to wait till he get a big number.
Oh man, StreamYard's tripping. Can you hear me?
Then he
I don't want to read.
Okay, John is a moron. Okay, Speak Radio, he's putting, see, this is what John Galt does. He just puts words into people's mouths and then he acts like they actually said it. Nobody gives, why would Speak Radio care that much? Dude, he's just expressing an opinion about, what? It's a Sunday afternoon and, he's probably kicking back, having a couple beers and just fucking bullshitting with Universal. And John wants to make a federal case out of not much of nothing. This is why John Galt, okay, give it a month And John Galt will be not much more where he is because he's lazy, to be honest. Okay, he puts on a good show. You know, I knew people throughout my life, but in the Navy, I knew people who had a talent for talking bullshit and how busy they are and what all they got going on. And they had a talent for looking busy, but never got much accomplished. And that's what John Galt is. And I am old enough and experienced enough to see through the bullshit. Dude, if you were really about making money, you wouldn't have time to be on a YouTube channel critiquing a conversation that's really in the big grand scheme of things not that important. Dude, you simply aren't as busy as you're telling everybody you are. That's just my assessment. Dude, you get busy at the end of the month when you're harassing people for, you know, because they're $1 short. That's when you get busy. Otherwise, you just fucking sit around not doing much of anything. You're not a mover and shaker, John Galt, and you need to understand that because I do. Hey, and you're old, you're fat and settled. That's fine, but dude, don't be something you're not. You're not a goddamn software developer. Okay, that went out the door. That went out the door the day the scanners went off in that federal building.
So you're saying,
I mean, really, that's up to the content creator if they want
So now it's up to the content creator. So that means he can get paid anytime.
to bring them up. But like, I mean, look, so we're saying like over on Bob's channel, you know, he was dominating the conversations.
He was.
Now,
Man, he was calling Art, wishing death on Art, cursing out T. And this is how the blacks just can't be honest. It's just so maddening. And again, speak his dumb.
Maddening
so
to who, John?
But like, he just can't be honest either.
I mean,
dude, you know what?
The way you look
what
at
I
it,
would
but
really
I'd
love
say,
the next time John says honest, he actually pronounces the T at the end of honest. That's maddening to me to hear a 50 goddamn year old man who supposedly has an education fucking just not pronounce the T at the end of honest.
he trying to take over, and you know,
He tried to take over. Was he successful? Of course.
Skywalker and Art just didn't kick him down.
Okay, so they didn't kick him down. He tried to take over. They didn't kick him down.
Oh goddamn!
We must
You
assume
know
he was
what?
successfully
Speak
taken.
Radio,
He
you
was,
better
let's
be
be honest.
listening to this.
You know, like they would do with the
Because
banter,
you were
know,
putting
Art
me.
can't stand
This is
banter,
like
Art
so he'll
chalk
throw
on a
banter in the back.
fucking.
But Art
board.
said, as it relates to JP,
I'm sorry, fingernails on a chalk.
Damn,
because I said, nah, I respect my elders. I'm not gonna go in on Stanley over him.
no.
that's your question because I didn't hear a yes or no. Or,
Yeah, I said no, but I mean, really, that's up to the content creator if they want to bring them up.
So the answer is yes. Right? You don't want to pay him, so your answer is no, but you don't have a channel to pay him. But if someone else wants to, then it's up to them. Right? Why the fuck did you why do you say no? It's up to them.
Like, I mean,
Oh,
look, so we're
Lord.
saying like over on Bob's channel, you know, he was dominating the conversations. Now,
How much longer
I mean,
am I gonna have?
maybe
Is it really sad?
How
that he
much
can
longer
gloss
am I
over
gonna have
the
to
way that JP was
listen to
talking to T?
this?
The way he talked to Skywalker, he glosses over all of that. And saying, you know,
the way you look at it, but I say he trying to take over, and you know, Skywalker and Art just didn't kick him down. You know, like they would do with the banter, because you know Art can't stand banter, so he'll throw it banter in the back in a minute.
So Art,
but it's one
like banter, but does he like JP? Presumably, or at least he puts up with him for the content.
of those people that just talk over everybody, kind of like Imperius does. He talks over everybody. He's got to be, you know, it's all about him when they come.
Problem is, Imperius doesn't bring super chats. That's the thing.
Come on panels.
JP came up on panel. Ryan Barwell sent $400 for 4 hours of JP. He said, "Hey, put your host on ice. I just want to hear JP." That's what happened then.
Now, the other day, Bob and them had a guy called Kizumi on there. and that was one of their best streams.
These niggas don't know what they say. Why was Kazoom so good? Speak Radio, he's so dumb. He don't even know what the hell he's saying. Universal's smart enough to correct him. He's gonna, well, not correct him, but he's gonna say,
And this is a white guy.
Of course.
This was a white guy.
Ooh, these niggas so dumb.
Tell us more
They
about
are
the white
so
guy.
dumb. He did not even know. He just walked right into that and said like a rat walking onto a trap.
And I got a follow-up question about what you just said.
I can't really tell you.
You know, it's so funny. I have seen old grandmothers with these mannerisms that John has when he thinks he's right. You know, that sense of satisfaction that you can see on his face when something, you know, bad happens. The old grandma or big mama, you know, John Galt has that big mama energy, and it is so sad. And that bucket hat is not doing him any favors. Okay, he can't even fucking keep his face on the camera. Let me replay this a little bit. You know, John likes to replay shit. Listen, look at this motherfucker.
Did not even know. He just walked right into that and said like a rat walking onto a trap.
Yeah, that's that big mama energy. Lord, I told you this was gonna happen. John Galt's a fucking big mama.
I can't really tell you about the white guy because it's hard to explain. You would have to see like his channel, but this guy's got like 30,000 subs on his channel, and he just randomly popped up in Gospel of Bob's channel, and then he made a short about
white man made a short. He went one extra step to help the niggers out, and here's this dumbass black. Man, these blacks really bad. They are so down low. I mean, they're missing probably 15, 20 IQ points, common sense, everything. And he said, there was a white man, Kazoom, and that was the best panel they ever had. But he couldn't put two and two together. Maybe it's because of the white man.
He like his channel, but this guy's got like 30,000 subs on his channel, and he just randomly popped up in Gospel of Bob's channel, and then he made a short about him being on there. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah,
you should check.
That white man was pretty interesting. That dumb speak, boy, he's so dumb. He don't even know what the hell he just said. Listen,
channel, and he just randomly popped the channel, but can't really tell you about the white guy because it's hard to explain. You would have
he too dumb to explain it, but he was like, it's good. It was good. I can't explain it, but it was real good, boss. I promise you, real good. He's a dumbass.
To see like his channel, but this guy's got like 30,000 subs on his channel, and he just randomly popped up in Gospel of Bob's channel, and then he made a short about him being on there. It's pretty interesting. You should check it out because I mean it was a long ass stream. He was up there.
I wasn't Speak Radio Gay.
I mean, but they talked about a lot of things.
Is Speak Radio Gay? Is that why he's drawn to Kazoom?
Civil for the most part, but yeah, you got to check it out.
Civil. He still civil. Are you trying to say the blacks can't be civil? Speak Radio.
A lot of things. It was a civil for the most part, but yeah, you got to check it out.
No fuckery, as you like to say.
So, okay. So that goes back to JP, right? So I've seen him have civil dialogue. I didn't watch the whole thing that he was on yesterday with John, but he was up there with Be Brave. It was pretty
when a daughter's lives, and they're going to, and that's when they reeled it back for a while. He doesn't play well with people, and that's not a knock against him. He's like Tom.
He's knocking JP, but saying it ain't a knock against him. He can't play well. He don't work well. He doesn't have a cooperative spirit, which other blacks don't have, and he said JP ain't got it in spades.
Tommy Sotomayor, he doesn't play well with others. It'll last for a while, but JP rolls to the beat of his own damn drum. And I think John's setting himself up for failure trying to recruit JP.
What? These blacks are so protective of JP. If anybody talks to JP,
this is where Big Mama John gets real inconsistent all of a sudden. First, it's that they don't want JP to have welfare, and now is they're so protective of JP. Which is it, Big Mama John? Dude, you are literally fucking wasting people's time with this Big Mama bucket hat of yours on. Dude, this, I don't even know. I hope Speak Radio gets here soon. Probably should have sent out a post or something that I'm back online. This is not doing John any favors. This Big Mama energy is just really disturbing, to be honest. John is a big mama. His fucking nose is in everybody's business. He hears everything everybody has to say and wants to comment on it. Dude, John Galt is literally a grandma, a big mama. And nobody but me would ever tell him how ridiculous he was. Somebody needs to be able to go up to John Galt and just tell him what a fucking fail this sort of critique is. Dude, if it's so low IQ, why are you wasting your time on it? And then you contradict yourself, telling other people they're contradicting themselves. This is a bad look. Okay, whoever told you you were good at this, that you actually could critically think, dude, you're good at maintaining hood dwellings. You are good at abusing your tenants. You're a good slumlord. But dude, I'll never be convinced that you were any sort of high level developer. Dude, I've met high level developers. I'm raising or have raised. I'm emeritus now, but I know someone who's learning how to be a world-class developer, and you're not it, John. And I hope that someone, because you got rid of the last motherfucker who would tell you were fucked up. It's like Donald Trump. It's like, I'm telling you the truth, and your ass just gets all upset. Big Mama done had that little hissy fit. Big Mama John is all mad and speaking the truth. What's up, Ignat?
Hey, John, you better be careful. Leave him alone. That's our guilty pleasure. I like him for the F shit. I like him for the fuckery, as he says. John, leave JP alone. We want him all to ourselves, our own little guilty pleasure. Bro, I don't want JP. You can have him. Like, I wanted to have a conversation with him. Conversation's done. He's yours now. You take him. Right? He's yours.
Because at the end of the day, it's gonna turn to ash. It is what it is. And I this is just my observation. I think John is using him for content because he doesn't.
I've never asked JP to come up here, right?
I never asked JP to come up here. He just wandered in, and I paid him $200. He just wandered in. Big Mama John didn't ask him to come up to her porch. That's what that goddamn bucket hat looks like. Big Mama John didn't ask him to come up to her porch.
Going at getting him to come up here, right? He ain't acting the way he behaved on Bob's panel. That was the content. That was their content provided by JP. JP ain't been back. He's only been here once. Blacks, you have nothing to worry about.
That's what I hear tell.
I'm not trying to build a channel around JP. Trust me.
I don't know if it's true or not. It's what I heard through the grapevine there.
You can have him.
JQ.
He's your representative.
Say more. How does John not have any content?
Because it's the same fucking song every stream.
What? He said what? John doesn't have.
Yeah, god damn it. You don't have any content, dude. You know what? I shouldn't even be going this far. Dude, your street interviews are a fail. Okay. I occasionally, when I was subscribed to the channel, dude, last time I looked at one of your street interviews from Times Square, for God's sake, there were only 11 people in the fucking chat. Now, it was a Sunday afternoon, and it is a football Sunday, so that might have something to do with it, but surely people can watch their TV and have you on their phone. Dude, no. All the content is predictable, okay? You will bash black people. You literally don't ever show any current events unless it's a black murdering somebody. That's the extent of your news. Okay, street interviews, and you're not a good interviewer for starters. Okay, you don't ask incisive questions, and I understand. You know what? You're just used to asking people if they can pay their rent on time, and outside of that, you might be a little bit rusty at talking to people, but no, it's the same content. There's never any surprise with John Galt or Be Brave or CT. It's always CT every now and again will do something political that's interesting. But most of these content creators, Bob, it's all kind of the same thing. Fuck the bro shit. The bro shit and bashing blacks. That's pretty much all it is. And pretending that you actually have content, dude, your kind of bullshit is not going to grow beyond a few thousand. Dude, we already have channels that bash blacks. And to be honest, I think I don't know this for sure, so I'm not going to say that. But no, John, it's the same shit. A donut is a donut. It's always sweet. Dunkin' Donuts is Dunkin' Donuts. You go to Dunkin' Donuts and they're going to have donuts. You might get a different donut every day, but it's still a goddamn donut. Big Mama.
Have any content? It's the same shit every stream. Okay, what about CT? What does he talk about every day?
Okay, motherfucker, they weren't talking about.
God
damn it, dude. They were talking about you. Where does CT come into this? See, that fucking dope, is soaked deep into his brain matter, and maybe it's smoothing out the surface or something. He didn't mention CT. He talked about you not having content, Big Mama.
Like, what does JP talk about every day?
What does JP talk about?
Does JP not talk about the same old fuck shit every day?
Does this mother? What about it? That's what these fucking scoundrels
He's been doing it for a
go
long
to.
time now. I just got an alert. Say I've been on YouTube 2 years or so. I didn't even know the time it flew that fast.
Content.
Yeah, motherfucker. You know. You know when the end of the month is. You keep up with time, bitch.
Every stream. I mean, how many times are we gonna have to hear about this fruity booty ass nigga that he wanted to kick out of his apartment? He got a picture of the nigga in his.
How you talk about the black man, old black man, getting up trying to work hard.
Oh yeah! All of a sudden, John Galt is the biggest booster. This motherfucker is. My mother used to call people like John Galt sometimey. It's just so sad.
Maybe not be the best person, don't behave the best, but he was trying to working hard. Like, not JP's not working like that, but he got just derogatory words to say about the man. That's blacks for you. And then watch how he gets in it.
That's blacks for you. That's blacks in a nutshell.
Phone. Like, I mean, come on now. You showing us these goddamn videos about your tenants exploiting the black.
Speak easy, speak radio. He doesn't have tenants. Speak Radio doesn't have content. He has to go to other people's channel, and he's so low IQ that he finds himself in JP's panel and criticize that man for making money off selling content to him.
Oh,
Like,
Big Mama.
Like, bro, come on now. It's the same fucking song for the past 2 weeks. Him beefing with Stanley. And, you know, he said, oh, I'm over there with my daddy Stanley. No, I rock with Stanley, but I've even gotten into it with Stanley. And, you know, I bowed out gracefully because I said, nah, I respect my elders. I'm not going to go in on Stanley. So
is that what it is, Speak Radio?
So do you believe
now
that
you
Stanley
make me
has
feel
more
old,
content
God
than
damn
John?
it.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not.
Can't answer that question. That here's
Oh,
the
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
This is what I'm saying about blacks.
Yes.
It just can't be honest.
Okay. The honest answer is yes. I have more content. I have more complex content. I talk about other things than the ghetto daily news. Yes, I have more content than John Galt just daily. Okay, motherfucker, the news is never the same day to day. So I almost have new content every day. So the answer is yes. Now, is it interesting? To me it is. But to some ratchet, big mama like John, it doesn't seem like content. These guys are just ignorant, to be honest. Dude, that's why your ass lives in the ghetto and you are a former fucking junior software developer. Motherfucker, you were never high level. I know these things. I worked in IT.
Say yes or no, nigga. Just say one of the two. Right? Then he gonna go off in some long explanation.
Yeah, how about this?
I'm not gonna say he has more, but what I am gonna say, his content is different. Because like Stanley has told you, he likes to, review political shit.
Review political shit, which is other people's content. I don't play other people's content like that.
Yes, John, you are literally playing other people's content right now, dumb fuck. Dude, when you sit, your original content, the street interviews are a fail. You need to spruce it up a bit. Otherwise, you just sit here and bash black people. Okay, no. John wants to pretend that world events or US political news or someone else's content. Well, sorry, motherfucker, I'm not making history, but everybody opens a newspaper or opens up, some news website, looking, keeping up with, well, not everybody, but hopefully everybody would. Dude, you need to tell the truth. And John, you are just like other blacks. Just say you are bored. If it's not fuck shit or Diddy, your eyes glaze over and you want to take another puff. Just say you don't give a shit about politics, because you often say, John, you're not political. Just say that and move on. I have more complex content, and it takes a little bit more of your brain to kind of put pieces of the puzzle together. And John, being the quote typical black, he can't deal with complexity. It has to be simple. It has to be rap or football or some other sport or just plain old fuck shit where he's beating down Negroes. If it's more complex than that, then John, being the typical Negro, gets bored and wants to take a nap.
I make a habit not to show other people's content.
No, you don't, John. You're literally showing other people's content right now.
Take a look at this video. I said, okay, it's a Universal video. He asked me to do it. You very rarely see me just going out showing other people's content.
Yeah, you do, John.
Shit. One live stream I create.
John literally, regularly shows other people's content. he's just too high and drunk to even know what the fuck he's doing. The other night, I happened to wake up at like 1 o'clock in the morning. Was it this morning or was it this morning or was it overnight into Sunday? And I see his show is on, and it's just nobody up on that fucking panel. This little blue light thing that he has adopted is just going around the rectangle, and nobody's there. Not a goddamn thing is going on. I don't know whether he passed out. I don't know whether it was miscommunication. But what I'm saying is half the time, John doesn't even know what the fuck he's doing, I suspect. So, yes, John, just like right now, you are showing and reviewing other people's content, and you do it regularly. And a lot of YouTube content creators do it. It's called a react. John is just, Big Mama John is just fucking like deluding himself.
6-7 videos, or maybe even more. I don't. Whose content? Whose content do I show up here? No. If I show your content, I'm hammering home.
Okay, dude. Number one, you do it regularly, and number two, shit. You know what? Abusing your tenants every month. I mean, I guess that's original content. That's content I choose not to dabble in. So I have to admit, you calling up your clients, asking them if you got that $4 yet. Yeah, that is original. I'll give you that.
A point. This is Black Thought, something like that. I want to hammer home a point. And I'll use your video to prove my point. I could have done that without universal video here. I've been saying the same thing many different ways, but it's always good to highlight what many people consider to be a fairly intelligent black man. He can comport himself fairly well. He seemingly halfway talks intelligent, but he's not very intelligent. If he can look at what Stanley's doing, which is nothing, and say that's content.
Oh yeah, I do nothing,
bro. I look back at all of Stanley's videos.
You sure did. Finally.
Now that I'm monetized, YouTube provides some features to allow you to see what someone is playing, how much content of other people they're playing. Stanley, damn near his whole streams are other people's video, 100% of the video.
Yep.
And here's this dumb nigga talking about Stanley has content. What content? Playing someone else's videos is not content.
I'm not really into political stuff so much, but I do watch a little bit of his his history docs and stuff. And then I ain't gonna.
Stanley's never created a history doc.
Nope,
played other people's history.
I have.
He's never created.
Let me go ahead and tell you right now. Number one of the things I learned in the Navy is don't reinvent the wheel. I have neither the will, the way, nor the time. If there's a history video out there that I'm watching, why not share it with people who are history minded? John wants to pretend that watching a history video is some big violation of some fucking creator code. Dude, abusing people and treating them like shit is not. Anybody can treat people like shit if you want to use your lame logic. See, the thing is that I'm not one to reinvent the wheel. John Galt wants to reinvent the wheel, like street interviews. There are people who do it better than you, John. And when you sit down and you ask the same dumb fucking questions over and over and over every street interview, the depth of your intellect is revealed, and it's like stepping in a puddle. You step in it hard and all the water just kind of splashes everywhere, but it's not that deep. John, I'm going to do what the fuck I want to do. I don't know why you even care about my channel that much. So this motherfucker, now that he's monetized, went back and looked at all my content. What kind of weird motherfucker is that? Well, Big Mama John is just trying to protect his little Stan Wee. Dude, do you know how weird that sounds? Now that I'm monetized, I got some tools and I went back and I looked at Stanley's content and it's 100% other people's videos. That is literally stalking, you fucking weirdo.
It's so interesting, these dumbass Blake. That's what I'm saying. Speakers low IQ. I wonder what kind of work he does for a living.
I do watch a little bit of his like his history docs and stuff. And then, like, I ain't gonna lie to you, I like when people come up there and cause drama, because there's a lot of haters from John's channel that come to Stanley's channel.
So he likes drama. The same kind of drama to be on JP's channel when he's watching. So why shouldn't JP get paid? Nigga, this is demand. And for what JP providing, of which you like it. You just apparently you don't want to pay for the content.
And mess with him in the chat. Come on, Lionel.
You know what? I really appreciate you, Calvin.
I will go.
You make me feel bad, but dude, you know the thing is, look. I do a lot of news articles. Now, I should probably be using YouTube. So, you know, John had made the criticism, and I agree with his criticism that video would be a whole lot more effective. But dude, I'm old. I grew up reading newspapers. I'm a reader by nature, and I just like, you know, the videos. I'm sorry, I like the I like bringing up the article, and I've talked with Portia, and once she's not so busy, I'm going to get her to help me digitize my voice. So instead of using like the Washington Post reader, at least if it's AI, it'll be more or less in my voice. So, I mean, I know there's some things that need to change if they can be changed. But you know what? It'll be, the numbers will come along, but I'm just not going to compromise. It's not worth me at my age being somebody that I'm not. And I think John is authentic to himself. I think he is a ratchet, fucking like horrible person for real. and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But the bottom line is I don't, it's reactionary. I don't know. I've been, I used to try and do a video essay a week. And to be honest, I need to get back to that. I do actually have original content, folks. I've got videos. I call them shorts, but they're really video essays. They're there. If you go and you clip a channel, I mean, I guess that's original content. I'm sorry, if you clip a video of yours, I guess that's original content. And I rarely go back and actually watch my videos. It's like once I wrap, I'm done with it. There have been one or two exceptions where I've gone back and clipped stuff, and it's fucking torture. Fucking going back and clipping shit. I hate it. Yeah, reaction videos are most, but dude, I'm simply not gonna go out. Like next summer, I am thinking of going out and taking a cross-country train trip. I've always wanted to do it, just grab an Amtrak with one of those big panoramic windows. I would like to do that, and when I do it, I am gonna actually, take this fucker on the road. But that'll be some original content, but it's because I want to do it. It's not because I feel obligated. It's going to happen whether I'm on YouTube or not. But anyway, I mean, the other thing I want to say is, I'm looking at this because Speak Radio wanted to. And in a way, it's kind of, giving me some content. But honestly, I've unsubscribed from CT's show, as I've said. I've unsubscribed from John Galt's show. And I'm honestly going to take Lupin and CK's advice. It's time to fucking move on. I'll always have fond memories. Almost all of you, I met through John Galt's channel. It was transformative. Portia and I still talk maybe once a week or text or something. So, I mean, I haven't lost. It's not a complete wash. As a matter of fact, I ran into HB on in T's chat over the weekend, and I said, "Hey, HB," and he was like, "Stanley," that little thing that's so annoying that people want to do. But you know what? It is what it is, and there's no way you're gonna get 4 creative people. Look, the fucking Beatles, the fucking Beatles broke up. This was bound to happen eventually. And to be honest, it was a positive experience for me. I literally never thought to do a YouTube show. It was Portia who literally came up with Stanley versus the world. It was some joke she made. Well, God damn it. She didn't say, God damn it. That's not Portia. But, it was basically, Stanley, you will just battle everybody if you have to. And the answer is yes, I will, if I think I'm right. So thus, Stanley versus the world was begotten. So, I mean, all in all, it was a positive experience. As much as John wants to fuss, yeah, I mean, everything I had to say to John, I said before the Great Rift. I think he is a fucking racist, and I've said it to his face before. I've said it to B. Bray's face. Dude, I'm never shy about telling you what I think of you, if it comes to it. I try to be polite first, but the bottom line is John is a virulent racist, and he's so anti-black. It's shocking. And I was talking to someone, who was it? A friend of mine, off of YouTube. This isn't even a YouTube thing. And I told that person one of the things that shocked me about YouTube is how racist black people are, at least the ones that I know. I mean, it's the black people, and I kid you not, I'm 60 years old. And I knew about, Thomas Sowell and some of these people, but they're not really anti-black. Not like John Galt and CT. And I never knew that black people could be this fucking like, if you close your eyes, they could be fucking 18. I'm waiting for John Galt to go, these niggers, they can't even hold a straight row. Something you would fucking hear like in a fucking historical film, like a period piece or something. John Galt's an old-timey nigger. That motherfucker, they make movies about people like John Galt. I literally never knew black people could be this racist. Fucking like the motherfuckers on Bob's channel, dude, those motherfuckers are racist as fuck. John Galt, racist as fuck. CT, racist as fuck. And they're all relatively young black males. Art, racist as fuck and dumb as fuck, for that matter. why are all the racists like fucking dumb? You know, in my mind, and I didn't mention it before, John Galt will never be able to live down the way he fucking kowtowed to Jason Kessler. Okay, it was like John Galt was a gentle little lamb when fucking Jason Kessler was up there. And I'm just like, Jesus Christ. And I did not watch those shows. I remember John after that second interview, I think it was the second Kessler interview, where he was like, well, you know, he's talking and talking. Hey, Stanley, did you happen to catch my Jason Kessler? I'm like, fuck no. Dude, I'm not fucking, I'm not. What could Jason Kessler say? Because I remember that first time I was actually on a panel with Jason Kessler, and I started asking him questions, and I was about to pin that motherfucker down. And either he somehow or another, I think John like caught like ran interference or something, because John knew I was about to get into it with that fucking racist. And John kind of, you know, did a pick and, you know, picking, he said a pick or something, you know, so Jason Kessler could roll. But nah, I'm not, you know, John can be as racist as he wants to be. And at least now, I don't have to be aware of it, you know. And you folks, unless it's important, really shouldn't even be telling me what John is doing. He is his own problem now. And you know what? It's not shit. I'm never going to be, you know, as big a YouTube producer or producer content creator. It's never going to be, because I'm too lazy, basically. But I like the news. I have been reading the news since I was like 6 years old. And I do it naturally. I have opinions. They aren't always that erudite, but I simply do. No, I was not the goddamn George Harrison. God damn it. You know what? In a way, you know what, John? That's actually not that fucking. I'm not sure that you're wrong about that now that I think about it. The album that he came out with in 1971, I actually have an Apple, a rare Apple edition of All Things Must Pass, and it's like a 3 or 4 album set. It was long as fuck. You know, it's a bunch of songs that, you know, never made it into a Beatles album. Yeah, no. I take it as a compliment, but you know, I was like, well, God damn it, I'm more like John. But I mean John Lennon. But after I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking about All Things Must Pass, the song and the album. I think you're right. John, you hit the nail on the head. So I'm not fussing. I'm going, well, God damn it, John, you're right. So I accept the compliment and definitely appreciate it. Well, I hope that doesn't happen, John. I haven't died yet, have I? By the way, now that I'm thinking about it, please everyone make sure you've hit the like button. And if you happen to be new and you happen to like just mindless drivel in the afternoons, feel free to at least like the show, try it out. Subscribe to the show, try it out. And don't recommend it till you're sure you like it, and then recommend it. Lupin and Speak Radio really sponsored the show today, and I really appreciate it. And Lupin did something that I've been wanting for quite some time. He made a show recommendation, and CK has done it too. So I forgot about that. CK and Lupin reach out to me via email, which is in the crawl at the bottom of the screen here. And they actually gave me show ideas and something to talk about. And, you know, thing is, I can be original if you give me something to work with. Because I'm a boring motherfucker. I'll do all politics all the time. But Lupin gave me something that actually is rather interesting to me because of what my son could potentially be doing after college. So these are people I probably need to know about and start forming contacts. So, I actually can think like a business person, but I just choose not to. If anybody's seen Quigley Down Under, that scene where he goes, was it Alan Rickman goes, well, I thought you didn't know how to use a 6-shooter or a Colt or whatever it is. And this is my favorite actual because I used to watch Magnum PI when I think I was in high school. And it was a pretty cool show, but it could get kind of formulaic. But my favorite Tom Selleck vehicle is Quigley Down Under, because Tom Selleck actually has a good sense of humor, or at least he's got some good comic timing. So, Alan Rickman, that kind of like a fake Australian version of the OK Corral or something like that. Anyway, so they've injured Selleck's shooting hand, so he has to draw a 45 left-handed. And Alan Rickman, who's the villain, is just like all excited because he knows he's gonna fucking get rid of Quigley. Well, Quigley outdraws him with the offhand using a pistol. Now, Quigley is a long-range shooter. Like, this motherfucker's killing people, with headshots like from 2 miles away. He's just, he's a long-range guy. Basically a sniper, I guess. So anyway, you know what? Left-handed, Tom Selleck outdraws Alan Rickman. So Alan Rickman is down on the ground and, he's bleeding out. And he looks up and he goes, well, I thought you didn't know how to use a 45. So Quigley looks down and goes, well, I said I had no use for one. I didn't say I couldn't use it. And that fucking first time I heard that line, I'm like, God damn it, that's got to be the best line. Definitely Tom Selleck ever delivered. And it could be the best line in any Western I've ever seen. And there've been a couple good lines, but no, that's just perfect. Yeah, Alan Rickman, yep, he's pretty good. I wouldn't call him my goat, but he might be your goat, Kelvin. But anyway, let's get back to this foolishness. And Speak Radio, please tell me you're out there listening to this. Because let's see. Oh, good. Yeah, John gets bored at some point. And wants to go to one of his boring ass street interviews. So we'll wait for that. Oh, by the way, I did a story earlier for the folks who were with me earlier. They did this big Red Lobster party. Apparently, like the flagship restaurant is in Times Square, and they had they had a bunch of YouTube creators there for some party. And it's kind of a big deal. Maybe I'll look at the story again or do it in the morning. But yeah, I didn't realize their CEO is only like 36 years old. That's a young motherfucker. But anyway, let's slog through Big Mama John in his lame ass commentary.
Like anybody else, the fuck you mean? Shit, you be disrespectful. Shit, I can be disrespectful too. But
Anytime
it is what it is.
Kelvin?
I just feel like I give it a year. John's content will fade into obscurity.
I've already been here a year. You gonna give me another year? Okay, thank you.
I don't think so. I think honestly, I think a lot of folks are missing the point on John's content.
What? So, you know, give me a little context of what point that we're actually missing.
It's amazing. Like I keep trying to tell you people, this is why.
This is why John is dumb. Okay, he has to fucking just be a chatty Cathy. Just let the goddamn video play on, dude. See, John has to get his 2 cents worth before the critique. He's trying to kind of prep the audience or do some weird dark side ninja Jedi mind trick. Dude, just let the goddamn video play. Dude, Big Mama John just talks incessantly. Motherfucker, what you have to say, unless people are just into jive talk, is not that profound. God damn it.
Blacks can't be software developers.
Motherfucker, you can't.
If you can't get what I'm trying to hammer home or what I've been hammering
motherfucker,
home, like
John Galt is literally has done zero as far as helping some black be a software developer. Motherfucker, you were never a high-level software developer. Anyone who has worked in the industry can see through this bullshit. Richard, for instance, Richard never follows up this bullshit that John. As soon as John says abstract classes, like for the billionth time, my brain shuts down. Motherfucker, I wasn't a software developer and I know what an abstract class is. John, you are not a high level. And you know that bullshit about, well, you know, has your son heard of? Motherfucker, what? I can't even remember what it was. Some repository of code snippets. Motherfucker, people in fucking like 8th grade use that shit. I asked my son about it and he looked at me like, what, who uses that? And I never fucked with my son again, dude. The motherfucker's going to like one of the best computer schools in the country. And John Galt thinks he can fucking, dude, you don't have contacts. Okay. You have done zero content about, you know, I'm waiting for you to motherfucking get up here, put an editor or something up on the screen and show us how to code. You have yet to do that, you drunk fuck. We don't believe you, or I don't. I have worked with developers, sir. You don't have the discipline or even talk like a goddamn developer. Okay, you are not analytical, John. I know the developer mindset. As a matter of fact, I have a developer mindset. Motherfucker, John, you're not an engineer type. You're too sloppy. God damn it. Zero discipline. Dude, you're just fucking, you don't have the mind to be an engineer or a software developer. I'm sure you were some junior level software developer somewhere. You know, the actual big guns would fucking code out shit and they would just give it to you to either learn from or fucking, you know, I need you to go and like clean it up, you know, add the, you know, any, you know, just make it look neat. He was probably just some data entry motherfucker.
Pick up a broom, sweep, do some other shit, lowbrow. But you're not going to be moved up the corporate ladder if you can't see what the fuck I've been paint by.
The point is, John has the ability. He doesn't even really need to respond.
John, I asked for a grape jelly donut, not a motherfucking strawberry jelly donut. Take it back. Get me the goddamn right. Get me the goddamn. Get me the right goddamn jelly donut, will you, John?
the news clips or anything that goes viral. He literally can go outside, turn his phone on, and he's got crazy ass content from just Negroes who live in fucking Southeast DC. That what John's ultimatum is point out the content and character amongst blacks. And he doesn't articulate it that way. But if you pay attention, he's really just connecting dots so that people can understand and see this is where they're at. Now he's very brass. He uses, all the language. He may not be the most articulate person when it comes to trying to help people learn and understand concepts, but he puts
Motherfucker, not the most articulate. This motherfucker sounds like a fucking Cosby kid. I don't know. Nobody here is old enough to remember the Cosby kids from the 70s. John Galt literally sounds like one of those one of those urban kids who used to play in the junkyard. Okay, John Galt has yet to do anything. Now, maybe I missed something because I didn't watch everything John Galt ever, content created. I've yet to see him do any sort of coding exercise online. Maybe I missed something.
That on the viewer to do, which is one of the things that I peeped very early. So who's this black guy who's calling himself John Galt?
Oh, and that's another thing
about how black people are.
That's another thing. Okay, John Galt, the character, is one of the whitest motherfucking characters of the 20th century. That a black negra from Alabama who smokes and jokes and drinks beer. What the fuck does John Galt build? Okay, John Galt builds nothing. Okay. John Galt was like some mythical character, I don't know who you would compare him to these days. It would probably be something in a way. John Galt, if I recall, John Galt was kind of modeled after Howard Hughes. Maybe I'd have to go back and look it up, but John Galt is some mythical figure where all the most brilliant people, it's Galt Valley or Galt Gulch or some bullshit like that. It's basically like an American utopia that nobody can find, because the technology is so great that it's hidden from radar and all this bullshit. John Galt is a fucking embarrassment. Okay, couldn't you find a black character to fucking name yourself after? Maybe you should have just called yourself Booker T or some bullshit like that. It's an embarrassment. John Galt was never a high-level software engineer. And I base that on, motherfucker, you literally sacrificed your job because of your love for guns, taking fucking guns into a federal building. That's literally the real low IQ. Okay, you want to go around and you want to call everybody low IQ. Motherfucker, you managed to take guns into a goddamn federal building in Washington, D.C. I can't imagine it gets more low IQ than that. Okay, and every time your dumb ass would bring up something like this, I would remind you of this. This is more than a fuck up. This is like fucking oh, what's the goddamn name of the movie? This is like a Forrest Gump level stupid. John Galt should have called himself Forrest Gump. Who the fuck takes guns into a federal building? And then his fucking boss is like, well, I have no choice but to fire your ass. You know what? That boss was bullshitting John. He's like, God damn it, I've been wanting to get rid of you. And now your dumb ass is fucked up so bad. I don't even have to write you up. Your ass is just gone. And you know what? I don't even have to do paperwork anymore. So I'm pretty happy about this shit. You know what, Lupin? I've asked myself that same question. I can't. I think one of them did it because I remember one or two times where, he had people send like cash apps to raise like $100 or something like that. But no, I can't imagine. I can't imagine that most of them know it. And it's just so fucking unethical, if not outright immoral. That's why I was making the joke. Lupin, you might be old enough to remember a movie called The China Syndrome. It had Jack Lemmon and I think Jane Fonda was in it. But the China Syndrome is what happens when you're in a nuclear plant. If you have some sort of core issue where the core just kind of gets out of control and you can't cool it, and it gets so hot that it melts through the actual concrete of the actual nuclear plant. It just gets so hot that it just fucking it melts through the floor. I've compared John's soul. When I say John has a China syndrome of the soul, it's like his moral core is just fucking overheated and just gone through the floor. It is sad to see an older black man, and I think John can be, present himself as distinguished. It pains me as someone older than John to see this kind of waste and rot. It's like moral rot. So, yeah, career-endingly stupid. Well, that's what happened, Calvin. So all we hear about, and I've asked John, well, why the fuck aren't you still? John just thinks black people are stupid, apparently. Like they're not asking these questions. And I think Speak Radio is right. A lot of these people are just like, they're not looking for anything profound from John. They just kind of like the show. Like nobody goes to Be Brave looking for, well, I think some people do. But no, it's like, dude, any black man or woman with a brain is not going to look for John Galt as some sort of mentor. Alabama at heart. Dude, I don't know. I can't say you're wrong, Lupin. So I'll just leave it at that. So anyway, I was hoping Speak Radio. I know he's probably busy, but I hope he's listening. And this will be over soon. It's 35, so we got maybe we got about 8 or 9 more minutes, and then we're going to move on to Soch 101, that Penn State stuff. It's got a new video, so I definitely want to get to that. But Speak Radio asked me to do this, and he did contribute to the show, so I'm obligated to do it. Now, I don't know if he wanted me to go into the street interviews. When he pops into the chat, I'll ask him. But I'm obligated to do this.
You connect that to what CT does or Art does or whomever.
Now I know Speak Kelvin on CT show.
Kelvin, I don't know. People think that I overtalk people and I'm just all belligerent and shit. I actually listen to people. Okay. And all of this I pieced together just listening to John talk. Dude, that's why, military intelligence, they'll just let you fucking talk. Okay. And then they'll come back and piece shit together. Okay. I know about John being this kind of baby daddy just from knowing him a year. His lovely lady Lisa is just another baby mama. I know this not because he said it, but I've listened to him and Lisa talk on the panel. Dude, you got to be a trained listener or a good listener. You will learn a lot without people actually telling you directly. So, the other thing I learned just by listening, that story about the firearms and the trials and literal trials and tribulations that he went through. And then he talked at maybe a separate time about his last boss being reluctant to let him go. Well, dude, jobs in DC are almost all clearance jobs, meaning you have to have some level of security clearance. That's why they like hiring people right out of the military, because they don't have to spend money on background or BI's background investigations. Um, so if indeed, and I don't know this for sure, but I assume if John was working in DC, I can't think of a way you wouldn't have some level of clearance, because if you're working for a contractor or even a corporation, some sort of IT outfit, you're going to wind up working in some government office somewhere. I don't see how you can't in DC. So, having it doesn't matter whether you're found innocent or not. And I guarantee you, John was not found innocent, or, well, not, there is no innocence. He was not found not guilty. Maybe, and I don't know, I'm just guessing on this part, but motherfucker, there's no way you're going to keep a security clearance making this kind of mistake. So, that was the end. And I've just heard John talk. He was never like some high level, like, I'm making $200,000 a year, as a 25-year-old because I'm some shit hot developer. John was never that. And I can just tell, dude, I've worked in IT as well. He doesn't have that kind of. There's something about someone who is like just kind of technically inclined. It's the way you think, it's the way you present yourself. And Lupin, I hope, kind of knows what I'm talking about. You can tell someone you can tell a critical thinker. They're just gonna always, like, just knowing them, you're gonna be able to discern that this motherfucker, yeah, he's sharp. And John's not that guy. He has a lot of insight as to how the ghetto works, but outside of that, nah. Like, John would have, if I took John and put him on a ship and he had to lead people, I don't see that. I don't see that kind of critical thinking. Loquacious. Why am I all alone? What do you mean all alone? You mean on the panel? Hey, I'm a little bit of no one wants to come up. Come up if you want, Dwally. Look, people are busy. Dwally, these people work. They don't have time to bullshit. But anyway, Lupin, you get my point. John just doesn't strike me as, like, I'm not saying he wasn't a developer, but he was not a shit hot developer. Shit hot developers, number one, what the fuck? Look, it's usually engineers. I mean, they don't send their shit hot developers out into the field that much. At least now, I've only done one type of IT, so I'm kind of out on a limb here. I could be very wrong, but I've worked in distribution and warehouse management systems. And, there will be people they will send out in the field who will call back to the office and talk to like the higher level developers. John was a field guy. I mean, he wasn't like, hey, we need him here. He can do more good here in the office talking to people in the field. John wasn't at that level. Yeah. 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 I think you're right, because they're always going to look at the world, well, literally in black and white. I'm reading a book by a guy named Charles Mills called The Racial Contract. And I'm only a few pages into it, but that's kind of along what Lupin is saying here. You box yourself in with these sort of attitudes. And what I'm saying is that white racists hurt themselves. You would never think so. But dude, it's a weird way of thinking. It's a weird way, and you'll never be a good leader as a racist. Not in today's world. I'm not sure what you're asking, Dwali. After the military or before? Not sure what you're asking. John. Oh, shoot. Oh, Black Knight. Don't get me started on that. John didn't even make it through the goddamn physical. Let me put it. He's told that story. He wants to couch it in, hey, I don't have time for that shit. I'm not taking orders and all that bullshit. You know what? I don't give a fuck. I hear people like John, and I've heard John say something about the white man's military. Dude, the military and the post office have made so many people, like my father's a good example, so many small town South Georgia boys, launched them into the middle class. Dude, probably, and not just black kids, white kids too, from the deep South, no real prospects. The military, and back in the day, the post office, dude, those were launching pads. So, that military back in the day, shit, if my father hadn't gotten out of South Georgia and into the Air Force, I wouldn't be here talking to you with this level of education. My son would not be where he is. So, they're but before the grace of God, dude. My father was smart. He was actually is actually really smart. I could easily see him as like a mechanical engineer, or some sort of electrical engineer. Like I've told y'all, and my father was scary. Like I told y'all about the summer we fucking we painted the house. We didn't just paint that bitch. we, I grew up in a brick house, but it had like wood trimming at the very top. And on either end of the house, I mean, you had to get up on two ladders, and there was quite a bit of wood, and it wasn't just painting. Dude, we fucking blistered the paint off, with these little mini acetylene torches. We blistered the paint off. Then we took chisels and chipped the paint off. Then we sanded the motherfucker probably 2 or 3 times. And this is all the way around the house. Okay. It wasn't just on either end. We literally sanded the wood part of that goddamn house. It took us a whole, it took us a month, probably more than a month. And we were out there goddamn every day. We blistered the fucker off. And it's funny because, when you blister it off and you go and chip it, you can see the layers of paint, because the house was another color apparently at one point. So we chipped that. We took it down to bare motherfucking wood. And then parts of it we sanded by hand. He did have an electric sander, so it wasn't all sanded. But dude, in the corners, in the places where the sander couldn't get to, who the fuck do you think sanded it by hand? And then we put on, I think it was like 3 coats of paint. Oh, dude, that might be why I don't like manual labor now. It's like, and this is in Savannah, Georgia in the summer. Oh, dude. Now, we did it morning and evening. So it wasn't, he didn't make us do it, and he wouldn't do it in the middle of the day. Dude, I have hung wallpaper from scratch where you had to fucking match up the pattern and cut, dude, I've done all that shit. I have painted, I have chipped, I have done wallpaper, I've fucking laid brick, I have laid tile. Dude, I can turn a screw. I've done all that as a kid. I really, if I had to do it now, fuck. We have a parquet floor, like a actual wood parquet floor in the entrance foyer. Okay, motherfucker, we literally took it all up. We sanded it. We fucking lacquered it to hell and back. And as a matter of fact, my brother and his son are working on that same parquet floor right now. Oh, motherfucker, I've done all this shit before. People like John Galt want to pretend I don't know how to turn a screw. Motherfucker, one summer we rebuilt that beetle you see in my little channel icon, or whatever the thing is fucking called, that 73 Beetle that you see. My father bought it off the parking lot. I'm sorry, off the car lot in 1973, and it's still with us. So anyway, one summer we pulled the motherfucking engine, and my father, and it was mostly my father. I say we, but it's a very loose we. We rebuilt the goddamn engine and put it back. I don't know how many times it's got a cable clutch. I don't know how many times that clutch has gone out. Not a lot, but cables will break eventually. Running that cable, and then you gotta bleed the motherfucking, like, you gotta get the motherfucking master cylinder, and you're bleeding valves and shit. It's like, dude, that Volkswagen is a beast. It's simple and cheap to work on, but dude, you do that shit in the summer, dude, that shit gets hot outside. Dude, I've done it before. I know how to do the shit, or if I don't know how now, but I have done it in my life. Y'all fuck it, dude. I used to split 5 cords of wood every, from April to fucking when it got cold, when I lived up in the mountains. I got a chainsaw. I know how to do all this shit. I just don't like doing it. To kind of quote Quigley Down Under, I know how to do it. I just don't like doing it. But dude, once I get in gear, the shit's gonna be done, and it's gonna be done right. That's how my father taught me. And it shall be done, and it shall be done right. I did not live a John Galt life. I know how to do shit besides read a book. That's why I'm like really into Renaissance. Today you have to be Du Bois and Booker T. Washington. You can't be one or the other. You got to be able to do both. And anyway, I'm sorry. I fucking went on forever with this bullshit. And Mr. Radio, you are back. We have there's about 10 minutes of John's bullshit left. Please tell me you didn't want to watch the street interviews as well. Just let me know. We can watch the rest like I think there's 9 or 10 minutes, probably more like 9 and some change. The rest of this bullshit. And John is like fucking chalk on a. I'm sorry, fingernails on a chalkboard by now. And Diwali, you mean alone after the military, before military? You're gonna have to help me out with that.
I've never heard him criticize CT. I don't know if he does or not. And you know, I know you've all heard what RLM said up on Bob's show. And I wonder what Speak thinks about that. Right? Like,
you know, John is so fucking disingenuous with this bullshit. I sat there on a John Galt actual show where Be Brave basically, you know, he's like, no, I don't like using the N word. And John, with his drunken high ass, is going, it's okay, Be Brave. Go ahead and say it. So I can't remember if HB was up there, but John is like there trying to get Be Brave to use the N word. So here we are months later, and this motherfucker wants to whine about what RLM said on another man's panel. John is just literally just a fucking teenage gossip girl. It's really amazing that a 50-year-old man lacks maturity like this and consistency. What the fuck do you care if RLM uses the N word on Bob's panel? Bob is an offshoot of CT, and the word is used liberally up there. What the fuck? What the fuck is John Galt's point here, other than just to find a reason to nitpick? John's just a fucking, like, goddamn dude. This dude is really just low class. Just no fucking dignity for a 50-year-old man. What the fuck is wrong with him?
like, what does he think about that woman saying using the N-word? Like, if he thinks so lowly of me, well, what about her? Like,
Yeah, you've been
you know what I'm
telling me,
saying?
and like I
Because they're
said,
all kind
Lupin,
of sucking up to Bob.
this is a special request, and I'm obligated to do it because you know this video is sponsored by Speak Radio. He's a good buddy. You know, he earned it. He supported the show, supported me showing this. Now, the good news is I have unsubscribed. I've unsubscribed from John's channel. I was never subscribed to the Clips channel because I was never that interested in his clips. So once this is over, you know, I won't be getting the pops or notifications. I unsubscribed from CT's channel after yesterday, and the way Questions to Ponder was just allowed to run wild over someone, because I've been subscribed to CT's channel for you know, probably at least 2 years, if not almost 3. And then to have some new idiot like Ponder just fucking time me out for nothing that I said that is not the worst thing I've ever read in in CT's chat. And basically it was personal. She went after me, and then I just said fuck you in the chat. It's like, you don't come after me or tell me how to behave in someone's chat. I don't give a fuck if you're a moderator. I've been here way longer than you have, and you know what? I'm just going to use my, like, hey, I'm an old timer. Shut the fuck up. And if I say anything that needs to be dealt with, you talk to me or you talk to CT. And this bitch just timed me out and then lied about it once she got up on the panel, because CT's like, what are you doing? Who? I didn't do it. She's a liar. And you know what? If CT can't control his goddamn mods, look, I have contributed to his show, which means nothing. I have been there a while. He's been in my chat here in the past week. He was in my chat a couple times last week. I don't know what the fuck is going on over there, but you know what? I'm done with that racist bullshit. So yeah, it is the same thing over and over. Yeah, you know what? Speak Radio. I talked about that. I talked about that. You would think a Times Square street interview would actually have quite a gaggle in the chat. People have figured out that John is usually too drunk or high to be an effective or ask even interesting questions, which is weird. He keeps talking about IQ level and all this stuff. John's just, you're right. He really just fucking talks for entertainment. It's really not much substance there.
Now, and they'll let this woman just call him nigger boy, my little nigger. Yeah, okay, great.
That is what is happening in this sector, is just talking about these are the things that folks do. And yes, it doesn't feel good. Yes, it does ruffle feathers, and it makes us go, it's not all black people, but it's...
Oh, Abiola, man, I don't use ChatGPT for content creation. Like shit. Every now and then a thumbnail. That's about the extent of it, though. I know people that do it. It's not my wheelhouse, though. I rather talk about what I can just roll off my tongue, as opposed to having to do some deep researching and building a house or a well or something like that. But for the people that do it, more power to them. They make a lot of money doing it, I'm assuming. Yeah,
it's enough of us that it's a huge problem, and we need to do something about it. And if he chooses that's the only thing he talks about, then that's the only thing. The one thing that I don't agree with, and I'll say this publicly, is the high praise of Be Brave. But I do think that Be Brave has some significant talking points as well. But I just don't high praise anybody. That's just my thing. So when he does that, I know it triggers a lot of people, because I've seen he'll bring up his name and it just sends people off into a tizzy because of how people feel about.
Maybe I need to start mentioning B Brave's name more often. If it triggers these blacks, maybe I can run these stupid ass blacks out of my chat.
Big man who just talks directly, but I don't want to deter away from the conversation. Talk about Be Brave. I'm just bringing that in as, like, if I had one thing to point out as a flaw in John's delivery, it's bringing in Be Brave, because automatically what people go to is, oh, he's just.
But see, the thing is,
Django.
Universal, fuck these niggas. I don't give a damn what blacks think. These stupid ass blacks. What the hell would I care what blacks think? I'm trying to trigger them, make them jump into their feelings, and stop trying to use that little pea brain they got. Right. So if Be Brave triggers them, more power. I'll start using that more.
And I think there's more there than just this white worship.
And you look here, Distant Light says, I like hearing Be Brave's viewpoints.
Yeah, there goes that ghetto mentality. Dude, it's so lowbrow. You know what? There are plenty of blacks who rock with Be Brave. So, it'll just be the dumb blacks who care that, who don't want to be around racists. It's such a, big, like I said, John Galt is literally, with that fucking silly bucket hat in that cadence, dude is just he literally reminds me of a Big Mama. It's just his mannerisms are real feminine. And I don't generally go that route, but dude, he just fucking talks incessantly, and he said it himself. He'd rather talk than do research. So, what can I say? Oh, what does it say here? Why am I hearing reports that Stanley's crashing out? Am I?
Interestingly enough, no one likes hearing speak.
You know what? Sin is a little muckraker there, isn't she?
A lot of people take from it.
Well, it's more than Steven from Django. I mean,
I guess so, Calvin.
Django, Clayton Bigsby,
but
fucking Uncle Ruckus.
A typical YN takes guns into a federal building.
Of multiple layers that John's on, and my whole issue is, look, I can sit here and go off about the dysfunctions in the black community. You know, I've done it before, so don't sit there and act like I just, I don't see it, so you know it ain't happening. I see it, but one thing I'm not going to do
Okay,
is gallivate
I'm
and
sorry.
gyrate for the fucking.
I'm sorry, but that is too broad a goddamn statement. Which black community are we talking about? It's not coast to coast. This non-specificity is so motherfucking annoying as to be useless. Okay, that critique, the dysfunction in the black community literally means nothing. I mean, I grew up in a black community and literally there was not much dysfunction. I'm sure there was, but none of my friends, at least while I was friends with them, ever went to jail or got in trouble with the cops because there were cops living on my street for starters. But this dysfunction of which he speaks, you need to be a lot more specific. And this is why I think people like John Galt and fucking Universal Jones are really the low functioning nightshades that they describe. Okay, bunch of divorces and baby mamas and just nigga shit. To be blunt about it, neither one of these two have legs to stand on criticizing dysfunction in the black community. If anything, they're contributing to it. They are contributing to the statistics. John is one of those 70% motherfuckers, but the 70% is he has created single parent households. That's the 70% that John Galt needs to be caring about. He's a contributor.
Admiration of white people. I'm not gonna do that.
And who's doing that? Are you saying I'm doing that? Does anyone honestly think that I'm gallivanting or whatever the hell he says for white people? Man, I go days, sometimes weeks when I'm in DC. I don't see any white people. There's no white people around me to dance to.
Motherfucker, that's because you're on a fucking. You don't.
You look like you to make some money. You probably took that money when you live around.
I go for days and don't see white people or my kids. Jesus fucking Christ!
I want white people. You have to dance and act in a civilized fashion that white people will find suitable in your neighborhood. I hope you do. I hope you would act like a normal, civilized person.
So is John
not
saying,
like the blacks in my neighborhood?
Is John saying in his neighborhood he doesn't have to act civilized? What kind of fucking is his fucking joint laced with something? What the fuck? This motherfucker lit. And you know, I'm actually kind of glad that I watched this because now I know that John doesn't do any research. He just fucking talks from the top of his smooth brain. He's just talking, and yeah, I'm kind of sad, but like I said, yeah, he literally crashes out over Be Brave, but it's all that selective memory, or he blacks out. I don't know whether it's blacking out. I suspect he actually does black out a lot. When I say blackout, I mean like memory loss.
If you live in a white neighborhood, which I'm sure you do.
That. And so, like, I'm gonna tell you straight up, I don't hate anybody on YouTube. I don't even know most of you folks in real life, so I can't hate somebody that I don't know.
Yes, the fuck you can, nigga. Don't tell me that y'all niggas can't hate.
See, this is like the most racist thing, dude. Then John doesn't know the definition of hate, and you know, maybe John can hate people online. But most of us who are civilized, you know, maybe at John's hood, you know, you can shoot up a place because you hate a motherfucker. But outside of John's hood, no, normal people don't just hate people on YouTube. It can happen, you know, that Las Vegas shooting incident. But it doesn't happen that much, I would imagine. Now, maybe I'm wrong.
Hate white people without knowing them.
But what I don't like is the way John talks.
Like the way I talk.
Yeah, but
don't like the way I
Kelvin, Charleston White, I don't even find Charleston White that funny. John is past his prime. He's too old to be like a Charleston White type. Nobody's going to find they're going to call him Boomer out there on the Chitlin circuit.
You never hear these blacks say they don't like the way blacks act. Never hear that. You don't like the way I talk. That's very interesting. That's very
well.
interesting.
It's not so much how you talk; it's what you say, John.
Like the way that I talk. That's very, very interesting. That Speak Radio. He said, "Man, I don't like the way John be talking about black people. I just don't like that. What does he say about black people? He talk about how they live. He talk about how devastating, destructive they are. I guess that's what he does not like." And again, I asked him the other day, if you don't like the way I talk, do you like this?
Aw, my little nigger. I can't say that word anymore.
Yeah, you about to get banned from other channels.
Oh, my little.
Yeah, okay. I think that is about. I think he's gonna go. Oh, there's a little bit more.
I'll tell him. See, he went over there and heard a very good conversation. He went over there while they got that white woman up there. They say, "My little niggers."
Well,
me,
from what I hear,
do you like the way RLM talk?
From what I hear, she's Hispanic. She actually addressed that. She was very specific that she's not white; she is Hispanic. And you know what? She actually did me a little bit of a favor. I don't know that I've ever talked to her before, but she got after some folks, Art or whoever it is, over on Bob's channel, because of course they wanted to block me there too. And you know what? Fuck. Why do people give a fuck what I type in the chat? Just because it's directed at a specific person. Come on now. You got to have thick skin.
Don't know. But what I don't like is the way John talks.
I don't like
this.
I wonder if he likes the way the blacks behave. You don't like the way I talk? How about the way blacks behave?
The way John talks is somebody with mental issues.
Oh, mental. I talk like I'm mental.
Yes,
John.
I
know somebody else mental.
Yes, John.
They take medicine for it.
Yeah, that's why you take medicine, John.
Verified mental.
Okay. What John is too unsophisticated to understand is all that weed smoking and drinking is self-medicating. Okay, so don't be talking about someone taking prescription drugs. How about deal with your own personal issues? Okay, and this is what people like John Galt do. Okay, they can't see the forest for the trees. Okay, he wants to pick on a motherfucker who is accomplished. Hey, so what? He's on medication. Oh, well, and if you have high blood pressure or heart condition, or people take pills for conditions all the time, John just wants to be that old-timey. Back when I was growing up, and even in the military, even when I was in the military, you see what they used to call them in the Navy. You see a psychiatrist or psychologist, dude, you're on your way out. If they, you're not gonna make it very far if you wind up being under any psychiatric care. But dude, you might wind up being in like hyper stressful situations. I've been in hyper stressful situations where, dude, you know what? If you're sane, if you're perfectly like, I was good, after you're done with it, that shit will stay with you for days. I remember getting back from my first fucking deployment, and dude, I wasn't, luckily, it was about a week before I went to visit my parents. Dude, I was not, I was like, and this was just a fucking, I caught the tail end of Desert Storm. There was one time that there were bullets. We were being rushed by Iraqi special forces. And I literally thought, oh shit, this is going to be a motherfucking firefight. And I was officer of the deck. I couldn't fucking duck, man. I was like, motherfucker, I gotta navigate this ship during a goddamn firefight. Really? Lucky me. But that was about as stressful as it got. Now there were other stressful moments, but the shit was about to hit the fan, and it was at night. And these guys were dressed in black and black rib boats. And you know what? They were just kind of, harassing us. I guess just to see what we were gonna do. And it was a little bit of a black ops thing, which, in the Navy, we don't do a whole lot of that shit, at least not in the ship Navy, but, we were transporting some folks. But dude, I thought the shit was going to hit the fan, and those minesweepers are wooden. So, like 50 cows and shit, there's no hiding from that shit. Wood will not stop a 50 cal. Or fiberglass and wood will not stop a 50 cal. So anyway, I'm drifting off here. John is self-medicating, and I don't give a fuck about his behavior or that much what he says, unless my name escapes his fucking, between his dentures. That I do pay attention to, but now that I've unsubscribed, those days are limited, if not outright over. So we will conclude this, and then we will go to something a little bit more entertaining.
But if I'm mental, nigga, let's call out all the mental motherfuckers. Let's call them all out. The ones who've been diagnosed mental. Yeah. You don't want to do that, though, do you?
What a dumb fuck.
Coalesce around your little DEI power.
What a dumb fuck. Diagnosed mental? Is that in the DSM-5, you fucking moron? This is why, you know what? Y'all forgive me. Please, please, please forgive me. But I'm going to have to use the N-word on this panel. This is why white people think niggers like John Galt are dumb. Okay, that last Jason Kessler interview, Jason Kessler treated John like he was a mental patient. Did y'all know? Well, those of you who watched it, because I imagine not a lot of people in this audience did, Jason Kessler treated John like he was fucking Uncle Remus. I was waiting for him to go, yes, Uncle. Well, Uncle, here's how it is. Here's how it is off the plantation, Uncle, in the real world. Dude, John is a fucking embarrassment. If a black person in 2025 can represent a whole community, John Galt is our 21st century Uncle Remus. Okay, he cokes and jokes. That's as serious as Jason Kessler took him. It's sad. Jason Kessler thinks all black people are fucking John Galt now. And that's my assessment. So let's finish this shit out.
He's the one that's fucking mental, nigga.
And it may be with something dealing from the past, some past traumas.
Look at these niggas, all past traumas. Okay, I'll play the game. I'll play the game, nigga. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll play the game. It's a past trauma. They got me all fucked up. That's what he say. I really can't believe these niggas. Like, they think that I just supposed to look past all this black shit and not notice. Like, I'm just, I don't
What
see nothing.
fucking black
I ain't
shit
seen
is he
nothing.
talking about?
Don't know nothing.
Okay,
Everything, just
motherfucker,
everything.
I thought, okay.
Let me show you a video.
See, I thought this motherfucker was about to tell us about his trauma. So here we are. John Galt does not use other people's content, but let me show you a video.
This is from earlier today. Let me see if I can find it. I got a video from earlier today. I don't know if you guys saw it. Where is it? Here. Yeah. Here it is here. No, that's not it. Wrong video.
Oh, John is
This
so
is it.
fucking high.
I don't have the short. I thought I had the short.
Yeah,
Well, today I
get
interviewed a
bored with
young black
John
man,
Galt.
homeless. Nowhere
Who
to
gives a
live.
fuck,
Is this
dude?
it? This fool? This
See,
may be it.
this is the problem. John wants to pretend that he gives a fuck about the homeless. Motherfucker, you will charge them to their last penny. Stop pretending like you give a fuck about the homeless.
But the same height there. That's very interesting. Yeah, that's it. I want you to listen to this.
Motherfucker, there's no video up that we can see.
$2 Oh, man, he's a nice guy. That guy was good. What you ready? Yeah. I don't even know if he's YN.
Does this motherfucker understand that no? Oh, there we are.
Yeah, he married young.
Yeah.
How long you been married?
Probably about a month now.
Okay, damn.
Yeah,
What made you get married? Now I'm going in a different direction. Now, what made you get married, my man?
Because I'm trying to start over for me, do something better with my life than what I normally do. You know, I got 3 kids, you know what I'm saying? This is my 3rd baby mom, so it's like, it's about time I sit there and try to settle down and, you know, like, actually have a family, because I don't have a real family, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Now, well, where is your family? In the Bronx?
yeah, I got family all over, you feel me? Like, I got family, but it's like, it doesn't speak me, but you know what I'm saying? It help you with programs to help you get your apartment, job programs, everything, you know, even hot or cold. So your food gonna get there nice and warm or hot.
But how far do you have to walk?
It depends. I don't usually take trips that is small. I mean, I do it all the time.
Training right there.
Yeah. Like, so we in a family shelter. You know what I'm saying?
What the fuck does this have to do with anything that Universal and Speak were talking about? John Galt, literally, this motherfucker has like a pinball machine for a brain. It's like wherever, you know, that little paddle fucking flicks the metal ball. That's literally that's literally what he's going to show. This has not a goddamn thing to do with anything about anything that Universal and Speak Radio have talked about. John Galt is a fucking the motherfucker is literally the dude has smoked his brain into looking like a Swiss cheese, apparently. The fuck? Fuck you, Sin. And I mean that with love. I'm not tearing him down. I'm just like trying to figure out why on earth this is necessary. Dude, what it really is John wants to get this Times Square stuff up on the screen. Yeah. You know what? Sin, make sure that you go back over there? Because I saw a comment of yours earlier in this video, and I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was none too complimentary of me. But I don't remember what it was, so whatever. But remember me to John Galt.
4 for your 3. Okay, your third. Okay, right. Your third baby mama 3. Okay, gotcha. Right. How many boys, girls?
Wait, this John Galt has like 3 baby mama chillins. Why can't John just go me too? It's like the reason this interview is important is because John Galt has a lot in common with this YN, and this motherfucker is 50 years old. That's why John Galt is showing this. Me too, YN. I'm a YN too.
I got one boy, he's 4. I got a daughter, that's 2. Everywhere.
Is that why you got the
It
red
doesn't
on?
matter. Sin. I don't even remember it. I don't just forget I even brought it up. It's not that important.
It throws me off. Like that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't like it. So if they wouldn't mind extending the hand, what do you ask for it and not
Right.
stuff like that. And
But you don't have Down syndrome.
No. I was there for behavior.
Oh my
You know what
God.
I'm saying? Like
You did act out.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Why would you?
Hey, Speak Radio, are you still in the audience? Have we gone far enough with this? There's just, less toxic, less toxic stuff we could be. Oh, Sin, you're golden. You know what? I've had a couple beers. Just chalk it up to me just being a John Galt here, just randomly talking about shit. Shit, it could have been something you said 8 years ago. Do not worry about it. Put it out of your mind. If I'm not remembering it right now, it wasn't important. So, speak, Mr. Radio. I'm gonna move on because honestly, and I'm being dead honest here. At this point, listening to John, oh shit, there's more. Speak Radio. Next time you get a chance to hop in the chat, let me know. Let me know. I'm ready to say uncle. Ooh, Sin, look at that picture of you. That's cute.
For me,
maybe that's what
the
it
blacks
was.
Cannot even mention they're black criminals. This is a 70 or 80% that Be Brave talks about.
Okay, no. See, this is that fucking mindless Swiss cheese. Fucking Be Brave is my massa, therefore he is right bullshit. Dude, I literally had a quote debate / discussion with the motherfucker, and this is how solidly Be Brave 70% was. I told HB, I'm not going to even bother talking to him if he brings up that 70% bullshit. If he can prove it with data, I'll consider it. Otherwise, you tell him to fucking save that shit for his show. Don't bring it into the debate, because if he does, I'm literally going to pull up stakes right then and there. Okay, don't bring me that fucking racist fiction. And John Galt literally eats that shit. John Galt's little, what do you call those fucking cigarettes? Those papers that he rolls, with his little drugs. It's laced with that 70% toxicity. Okay. These low-class motherfuckers like John Galt are a problem. The anti-black blacks, that low-class fucking Bama bullshit. If you go back and you watch a movie called A Soldier Story, that sergeant, that top sergeant, the motherfucker who was just crazy because he hated N-words. And I can't remember the dude who could sing. I have to go back and watch his Soldier Story. John. No, they're not cigarettes, Kelvin. They're like pot cigarettes. I thought one of these days I'm actually going to smoke one. Maybe like when I'm 80 or something at this point. But anyway, A Soldier's Story. Kelvin, you like movies. Have you seen A Soldier's Story? It has Howard. Is it Howard Rollins or Henry Rollins? No, I think it's Howard Rollins. About a top sergeant who is so fucking racist, he's like poison. And that's what John Galt is reminding me of, especially with that silly fucking bonnet that he's using, right? I guess that's a bucket hat and not a bonnet, but it really should be a bonnet. He's Big Mama John. Don't talk to you. Oh, come on. Don't talk to you. Motherfucker, you're recommending movies to me. And Mr. Radio, please tell me
But
when
this man said he don't
this
like
is
the way
enough
I
to
talk.
listen to.
Well, what about the way this black man acts? You like that? Those are your choices here. You can live with my words or die by his actions. That's how it goes.
And don't sit there and act like that's not the case. I mean, a nigga that sits there and smokes primos all day.
See how they have to disparage me. Now, for those of you that don't know what a primo is,
Big Mama John feels disparaged? Dude, you fucking sit here like the past 2 weeks disparaging me and Bob and just fucking everybody you don't like, and your feelings are hurt now when somebody pushes back. John, you're a motherfucking pussy. You are a fucking pussy who whines when people push back. Dude, it's not even your goddamn show and your feelings are hurt. John, I'm a book reading nerd, okay, who is 60 years old. And dude, it took you a year just to get tired of me calling you a piece of shit. You are not the tough guy you think you are. Dude, you're wearing a motherfucking bonnet and your glasses are crooked. Okay. And there's a reason you lisp when you're not on camera. I've heard the lisp. I know why there's a lisp. And, you know, I've been reticent about fucking going after your dumbass. But, dude, see, you don't want someone who actually listens carefully to you, because I know shit about you that you probably would be surprised that I know. A baby daddy who is a heavy drinker and a heavy user of drugs. You are fucking cruel to your tenants. You are cruel to people who push back on your panels. And now you are criticizing someone who has a very specific argument about your failings. Dude, you are literally a candidate for karma. And the candidate is going to be spelled with a K. John, you're a fucking failure. And you don't even know it. Dude, your ass is in the hood living your little Fred Sanford fantasy because no one else, motherfucker, no one else. It's almost like Donald Trump in New York. Donald Trump lives in fucking Florida and he will die with a vendetta in his heart because none of those motherfuckers ever accepted Donald Trump. And John is the same way. You revel in the gutter because the gutter is where you belong and where you best fit in. Oh, lovely lady Lisa. Well, you know what? I think Lisa was like revenge. You got a little half white girl or something pregnant out in the suburbs. And Springfield is not the most exclusive part of Fairfax County, by the way. I lived in Fairfax County. I know it fairly well. You got a half white baby mama that you don't even fucking. I don't even know what the fuck. All I know is you're a 50-year-old baby daddy who has time, too much time, to talk on the internet about nothing much at all. Whew. So anyway, we'll listen to a couple minutes more of this, and then I'm gonna have to move on because I don't give a fuck. You know what? I'm doing what John does. She's light skinned. That's what I know about her. So I'm doing what John does. I'm just making up shit as I go along. But I know she's light skinned. That's all I know. All I give a fuck she's a baby mama and John is a baby daddy. That's the bottom line.
Marijuana and cocaine.
And this motherfucker wants to criticize black people's behavior, and he is a statistic. He is contributing to the bad behavior that he's complaining about. And I've always talked to John about this. It's like, motherfucker, you are a nightshade criticizing nightshades. There's fucking half-ass ghetto-ass baby daddy-tude. You don't live in the same city. Maybe he's the ghetto Elon Musk. I bet that's what he's thinking. I bet he's thinking he's the ghetto Elon Musk. And, we owe it to John as long as he can pay his keep and keep his fucking different and many wives or baby mamas and kids sorted out. And, we don't have to pay taxes for that kind of fucking, what did he call it? for that kind of pathology. I'm good. John, if you can afford that kind of fucking lifestyle, go for it.
I've never, ever taken cocaine. Ever in my life. Never. But here he wants to say that. Drugs.
You know what?
Drugs.
I think I heard that on a telephone call.
He won't dare disparage the criminals. But here he is talking bad about me, saying I do cocaine.
Motherfucker, you're a criminal. Dude, there's a reason you are sitting here whining like a little bitch instead of in front of something, coding something important. Stop your goddamn whining. You 50-year-old Big Mama John. Fucking take off your goddamn bonnet and code something if it's hurting your feelings like that.
Right. These blacks are really, they're really something else.
You know what? There's a lot of things about John you don't know. Okay. He's going to be like that proverbial onion. There are layers there, Sin. And you know what? This is what you get when you are a careful listener. John never talks. John never said it. I heard. I know pretty much that I'm right.
And this is Mr. Low IQ.
They fucking drinks from fucking sun up to sundown and sit there and rant.
I'm not drinking right now.
About
Look,
Negroes in his neighborhood.
This is
in one
classic.
sector of the country.
Oh, I'm not drinking right now, so you know what? It's an hour. I haven't drunk in an hour, so it's not quite sun up to sundown. This is fucking so goddamn weak, dude. This is not manly behavior, dude. If you drink, I would expect a man to go, goddamn right I drink. Motherfucker, I'm not drinking right now. What a little pussy John Galt is. And that's not even his real name. He's such a pussy. This motherfucker is such a pussy. He can't even use his real name. Pussy.
Country.
Okay, that's where I live. But it ain't just one sector. They're in DC, New York. I showed you New York. We see everything's going in Chicago, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and he even goes on to mention Baltimore.
There's an issue. And that's your main content. But he wants to sit there and say stand.
Yeah, Ock Nation shit. All he does is cover the damn news clips.
See, this is where dumb fucks like John Galt think that people can't see through that bullshit. Dude, Ock Nation only covers one type of crime. And dude, I've never been on his panel. I bet I could go up there if I tried. They probably know who I am by now. Dude, I listened to Ock Nation for like a week, like 5 days. That motherfucker is so goddamn racist that white guys come up there to be racist with him. I literally heard a conversation about, well, Ock was like, yeah, well, we Sun people, we excel at art and feelings and shit. And his buddy, the white guy's going, yeah, and sometimes I'm kind of jealous. We gliders, we're kind of good at math and science. These motherfuckers it was like, it had to have been like when Garvey met the Klan. These motherfuckers were sipping on the same jug of moonshine, same jug of fucking corn squeezins, agreeing to their racism. It was shocking. And then of course I'm in the chat just fucking roasting motherfuckers. and some of the folks knew me and they were just like, fuck you, Stan. And they were pretty good natured about it. But after about 5 days, I pretty much had all I could take. Dude, Ock Nation doesn't cover crime. He covers crime in a certain way. And this bullshit about, he covers crime. Dude, I called, I don't even remember, Uncle Bill. I called him an out and out racist. Like, motherfucker, if you harbor racists or like you're a fan of Ock Nation, you're a fucking racist. And I don't give a shit whatever defense you put up. In my mind, if you accept, support, talk up, cheerlead for a racist, you are a racist. Okay. And I don't give a fuck about, the fucking wheedling or the worminess. Who knew? I just happen to like him as a person. Motherfucker, if you know he's a virulent racist and you don't call it out, then what are you? And it's a dual-edged sword, that argument is, because I put up with John Galt as a racist for a year. There's some stains on my fingernails as well, but that is, that's our America. It's racist. It's tore up from the floor up with racists, and no one really gets out unscathed. I think the best Americans can do is just realize, where you're growing up and how the culture is, and just do the best you can to counteract, these tendencies. Dude, I battle it oftentimes, and sometimes I just let it go. When Be Brave wants to get in, the last time, it's been a while since I've talked to Be Brave, but no, he's a racist. I don't even bother trying to parse out, well, maybe that's not racist, or maybe this is racist. Motherfucker's a racist. I just, everything he does is racist. And I'm at that point with John Galt as well. John Galt cannot not be racist. The motherfucker, it is literally in every fiber of his being. He's just a racist. And he's done it for 50 years. And, you know, you're not going to take that away from him now. Be brave. I think I said be brave. Yeah, he's done for. He's a fucking racist. CT, I don't know. I've seen glimmers of hope with CT. So, you know, who knows? And now that I'm unsubscribed, I don't have to fucking deal with that bullshit. Speak Radio, please tell me you're out there somewhere. Tell me I don't have to listen to this shit anymore. Josh Johnson clan ribs. I don't get, you know, is that Josh Johnson clan ribs? It's actually very funny. Well, race enabler. That's actually a good term for it. Oh no, 12th man's a fucking racist too. If you ever, if look, 12th man is a fucking racist. Okay, he might not want to be, but he just is. And the reason I know this is the one or two times that you know, I've actually had to kind of jack him up. Like, motherfucker, you've gone too far, and booted him off a panel. Dude, you will not believe all the racist epithets that come from the chat. And, you know, you might say that, oh, he's just mad, you know, he's just venting. Motherfucker, if you vent like that, you are a racist. Okay, there are ways to vent that don't have to involve N-words or you know, just that kind of venting or that brand of venting. What's her name? Lindy Lou. She doesn't even remember saying the N-word. She's so goddamn racist. You know, and you know, I caught a lot of flack for sticking to my guns on this. No, she used the N-word, and it might have been for fun. But see, this is the weird thing. John Galt wants to harp on a white, quote, white woman using the N-word when Lindy Lou has done it. And he conveniently doesn't remember that. These fucking racists are so selective, and the drunken racists are inconsistent. They don't remember shit. Look, I heard it, and no one else seems to have, but I did. And I actually haven't seen Lindy Lou in a while. So hopefully she's doing well.
At least I'm giving you some real shit. Hey, how long has our nation been doing news clips over and over talking about black crime? Speak Radio ain't got no problem with him.
Stanley destroyed his channel. Stanley didn't destroy that channel. I know we're kind of going off on JP.
Yeah,
we'll swing back to that. But I'm saying Stanley didn't destroy his channel. Yes, him and Stanley beefed all the time, and Stanley would come in on his stream.
But those were Stanley's words, not mine.
Nope. They were my words, but you gotta put them in context. And you know what? Here's an even better take on this. If I say it, you as the channel owner are going to say, "Oh, yep, Stanley destroyed it." Motherfucker, that doesn't even make sense. And destroy, there's some people that left the channel. They thought they were going to do a little protest, like if Stanley stays. This is the other thing that's fascinating. So Nas 415 and a bunch of people were like, well, you know what? If y'all don't get rid of Stanley, we're going to unsubscribe. Yeah, that was early on. These people were so weak that if I stayed now, I was doing like a fucking 2 o'clock in the morning show, and these people were so fucking shocked that someone had a different opinion. They were unsubscribing. That's what I mean by destroying. Dude, I can't destroy a channel that I'm not the owner of. That's if losing subscribers is destroying, then I guess I did. That's the context.
Stanley's words, that's what Stanley said. It was a win-win that John took a hit.
No, Tropes, I'm glad you're here.
What, bro?
The getting along will be just I've unsubscribed from CT's channel and I've unsubscribed from John's channel. The getting along will happen after day once once I'm told I can move on to the next video.
Get Crack left. We know where Get Crack hangs out. We know the sectors where Get Crack hangs out. Get Crack ain't gone nowhere, but he just ain't over there no more.
No, I'm afraid. No,
maybe those people left because of Stanley.
Sin 7. No, it's not like a yin and yang. There's a right and wrong. Okay, and I'm right, and John is wrong. Racists are always wrong. They're never right.
Would you want to work with Stanley? He even admitted himself that he stepped away from Stanley's channel. So is it a stretch to hell? Maybe Get Crack. I don't want to work around with Stanley.
I don't give a fuck whether Crack wanted to work with me or not. We literally never worked together. Okay, he would come up on my panel, but there was no project that he and I collaborated on. John, either you're lying or Get Crack. Get Crack would never support this shit. Dude, there was never that type of collaboration. John is making it up.
HB said, man, I'd rather go work by myself than work with Stanley. Portia?
Yep. And guess what? Oh, wait, hold on. I want to hear the Portia part. HB, yeah, you know what? Because I'd get up in HB's grill and tell him he was fucked up too. Get Crack and I really never had a confrontation. And I want to hear what Portia has to say.
Around Stanley? HB said, man, I'd rather go work by myself than work with Stanley. Portia? He's going to name all of the people, but the one nigger that stands alone, still remaining.
Okay, what did Portia say again? Because John knows if he lies on Portia, he's going to lose her too. Notice he said Portia and didn't say anything more. That's the tell. Okay, Portia didn't say anything. As a matter of fact, it was actually quite the opposite. And it's hard for me to believe. Well, I'll just leave it at that. John didn't finish the Portia part, now did he?
You ain't gonna be able to get rid of me, you fucking nigger. You understand that? Can you figure it out with that low IQ of yours, boy? And the more you niggas keep talking, you know the rough I'm gonna bring it. You know, you do know that. The more you keep talking.
Acting up? What does acting up mean, Sin 7? Dude, I don't back down if that's acting up. You know, if I think John is a fucking moron, I tell him he's a moron. Dude, dude, I'm 60 years old. I have a YouTube channel. If I lost it tomorrow, I'd be sad, but I don't give a fuck. It's not a source of income. So it might be kind of quixotic. But when I was on John's channel, I'd go up on his panel because half the time, John, dude, I don't know how many times John would go, well, Stanley's in the chat. I wonder what he thinks. And then I would go up there and tell him what I think, and he would get all butthurt. No, John asked for it half the time. Well, Stanley's in the chat. You know, dude, John wants to spar with his master. John is nowhere near my level as far as debate, as far as knowledge. John is good, but I'm better. I've just had more practice, and I've been in higher level like situations in my life. You know, John, if you ask me to come up and give my opinion, I'm going to give you my opinion. And dude, I'm not going to pull any fucking punches with your racist ass. So acting up, um, from John's perspective, of course I'd act up. And you know what? I did get a thrill out of calling you a piece of shit on your own channel, and you didn't do anything about it. That's just making me a bigger monster. How many times have I fucked with you and you didn't do anything about it? All that's doing is telling me it took you a fucking year to finally grow a set and do something about it. I've been laughing about it for a goddamn year. It was a running joke, John. Shit, it was literally it was a running joke for a year before you figured out that, oh shit, it's my channel. I better do something about this. Dude, you are so fucking sad. You don't even know what the fuck happened to you. I was emasculating you to your goddamn face, and half the time you would leave your own show. Dude, it's all there. And if it's not, if you decide not to show it, I have the times that you came up on my show and tried to take it over, and I would just fucking like, what the fuck are you doing? I have all my shows on my channel, John. So acting up, really? No. I'm just being the person I am, and John does not measure up. He knows it. That's why he's so fucking upset. Dude, I did more by fucking 25 than you've done in your 50 years. I've had more responsibility, I've made more money, and I could go on and on and on. John, keep doing what you're doing. You're doing fine, but motherfucker, you are not any comparison to me. Dude, you're simply a Bama. And you're a good Bama, but motherfucker, you're not me. And that's the crux, okay? Motherfucker, you're just not me. And that's fine. You don't have to be.
Do you know the rough I'm going to bring you? You got to know I am that kind of nigga. I bring it to you like that. Keep talking, boy, because you're not going to be able to shut me up.
And done his own thing. And Portia, who knows what she's got going on? She's not there anymore.
But see, sir, I don't need anybody, right? I don't need a motherfucker. The cheese stands alone.
So Stanley was the only consistent person on his channel.
But he was no good. And he couldn't even behave himself. How do you overlook that? Does your low IQ not see that? Even you didn't like watching him. What does that tell you? Doesn't tell me.
The only consistent person on.
Motherfucker, what does not liking watching me have to do with consistent? The point is I was consistent. Whether you liked watching me or not, I was consistent. Because you know what? I'm used to like a job. See, John wants to skirt around the fact that he really doesn't understand English very well. He's got that ghetto Bama bullshit going on in his brain. Not liking what you see does not mean that it's there every morning for you to see, like it or not. John is so fucking stupid. This motherfucker is so drunk. He's not making sense. And look at that satisfied look on his face. Like he made a point. Big Mama done made a point again.
This channel. Now we know he probably wasn't getting the views because he wasn't on that, that buffoonery that people want to see, except for the numbers would pop up when he was arguing with people and shit.
Okay, so the only content that Stanley had that would make people get engaged is when he was arguing with people. That's not content, sir.
But to say that Stanley was trying to
absolutely it's content. You see this again. John contradicts himself. He literally said about if you look at the go back maybe an hour, maybe no, not an hour, probably maybe 30 minutes ago. John literally said that fuckery was content. People want to see fuckery. All of a sudden, Stanley arguing with people isn't content. This is how dumb this motherfucker is. He's so stupid, he can't even be consistent. And this is only 53 minutes into the video. John does not believe in what he says. He is a hollow vessel. He just says like the first thing that comes to his brain. He is a true contrarian. Okay, he will say whatever it is just to be the opposite of what someone's saying. He literally, talking about JP, complimented JP on the fuckery that brings in the numbers. All of a sudden, me arguing. I don't even understand how John, I don't even understand this fucking drunk motherfucker.
Bullshit. His channel fell off because of his doing. Like when y'all had that morning roast, I literally thought y'all was gonna come on every morning and just have some cool conversations about whatever. But it turned into nigga shit, nigga shit. That's what y'all went into every goddamn morning. And I was like, what the fuck, man? I thought y'all was gonna have some like
you just turn it off and go somewhere else.
Eye rising content, but it went into this. Oh, we gotta bash nigga every morning. Like,
where else, sir?
He's pigeonholed himself into a certain sector of YouTube. And I heard him say on Bob's show, he's like, I'm trying to figure out how to break through this YouTube algorithm. Bro. Yeah, like when I came at him, yeah, y'all wanted me to go respond to him. Y'all, you need to go respond to him. The nigga never addressed why I initially came at him. He never addressed. I said, why are you crashing out over Be Brave? What Bob said about Be Brave. That's all I said to him. He going off on all this other shit.
Dude,
let me show you this nigga.
Well, let me tell you about John's crashing out. It's that weird head bobbing shit that he does. That's what we mean by crash out, John.
Let me show you this nigga. That has nothing to do with what I fucking came at you in the first place.
Why are you coming at me? Right?
Address what I fucking came at you for initially.
Address anything you come at.
And Be Brave is a non-factor because if you sit there and listen to Be Brave, he can't get his numbers correct. Oh, it's a 70, it's the 30, it's the 30, it's the 70. Be Brave is fucking crying about shit that doesn't affect him. Where Be Brave live, I heard him say something one time on his stream. I can't even get on the bus because of these fucking blacks. Bro, ain't no blacks on riding the bus where you live, you lying motherfucker.
There were blacks riding the bus where that woman in Charlotte got killed.
Look at the whataboutism. The motherfucker can't address Speak Radio's point, so he has to fast forward to Charlotte. This is why people like John lose respect. Actually, the thinking people, the people who can actually like understand how arguments are made effectively. Dude, I saw that coming a mile away. The Charlotte motherfucker, fucking Be Brave doesn't even live in the South. But see, this is how John Galt's a fucking moron. And the people who buy this sort of bullshit are morons too. Okay, what the fuck does Charlotte, North Carolina have to do with anything that Speak Radio said? He literally said Be Brave is lying about riding a bus because where he lives, there's no bus system, And then all of a sudden, we're talking about buses in Charlotte. John is incapable of being a good faith, um, any sort of discussion or debate. And the reason is I honestly believe John does not understand like the higher level of arguing hypotheticals. John is basically a YN. I had this experience on Drip's panel where a bunch of people, kept confusing anecdotal experience and inserting it into their hypothetical arguments. That's what John does. John is literally a kindergartner when it comes to like higher level thinking and able to construct effective arguments. He is the YN he keeps criticizing. John is just not that bright. And if he is, then he's disingenuous. And I've never been able to figure out which. I'm starting to think that he's just not that smart.
And I think he made this statement before that woman was killed. This is what I'm saying. Like, the blacks really ought to be hesitant to say anything about crime and violence because the blacks are committing crime and violence almost anywhere. And it's in inexplicable ways. You can't even sit down on a bus without a crazy
And by the
black.
way, you keep hearing that sniff. That's why, that's the joke that Speak Radio is talking about with the cocaine. You hear? Did you hear the sniff? Let me replay it. Just let me take it back 5 seconds. Motherfuckers just sniffing.
Because the blacks are committing crime and violence almost anywhere. And it's in inexplicable ways. You can't even sit down on a bus without a crazy black stabbing someone in the back. And we're getting to the point where you almost can't turn your back on these people.
Yeah, John is off to the races with his little horrible anti-black spiel. The sniffing part, and John does that quite a bit. And it's it's fall. It may be a pollen thing. Who knows why? But you know what? John can't take a joke. John, this motherfucker wants to fucking roast people. And he is the least capable Negro that I know at taking a joke. He's just not good at it. He's so sensitive. It's really, he's not a fun motherfucker unless he's dishing it out. And he doesn't do it that well, but he can land a good joke every now and again. But dude, he cannot take that shit. He cries like a woman.
But he's a non-factor. Like,
oh, I don't give a fuck if he has allergies. I'll give him that one. Maybe he does, but yeah, I've had some fall allergies, ragweed. But I will say the motherfucker lives in the hood. Now it's kind of, there are plants and stuff. There is greenery, there are trees. So we'll give him that one. But if someone makes a cocaine joke, that's my point. He's a pussy and can't take a joke like a man.
Y'all worrying and crying about shit that don't even affect y'all. Now maybe it affects John because that's where he lives.
Okay, so I can talk about it then. That's where I live. So that's what I talk about.
Hey, here's the comment. Stanley was trying to argue with me about, is it black women talking points like I'm not in the spaces with black women all day? Can you talk to me about that one, Sin? I don't argue black women talking points that much. Can you be more specific? Ms. Sin, with all due respect, I'm not seeking to, start a fight, but can you be more specific? I don't really, other than kind of, this weird chivalric, is it chivalric? I have this weird thing, that I grew up with. You kind of defend women that you appreciate or respect. You don't let these motherfucking YNs come in with all these like horrible talking points. And if I can step in, I do it. I've done it with Portia before. You're only going to go so far, especially if it's my channel. Or, back in the day, I remember Bomb Cherry came up once, taking like wild swings and windmilling at Portia. And I was listening for a while. And then finally, I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to, this is ridiculous. Portia has no clue who this woman is, and I have no clue. And, this is that weird thing that John Galt wants to mock. I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to let this young lady that I respect and like, I'm not going to sit here. I can do something about it. So I'm going to go up and do something about it. And I don't know that I was that effective, but you know what? If you respect that young lady and, she's someone that, hey, I'm just not going to sit here and let this happen. If I can do something about it, I'm going to do something about it. And you can call me Dudley Do Right or all that bullshit. But dude, I'm a man of action. Okay. Is book ready and as nerdy as I can be, motherfucker, I solve problems. It's what I've done for years. And sometimes you have to be mean. Sometimes you have to put yourself in the middle of something and you just solve the goddamn problem, dude. And so anyway. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine, Sin. But I will, you know what? I don't have a problem being that one dumb fuck. Cause dude, I'm 60. I don't have a dick in this fight. Unless she's age appropriate. But dude, if I see something that's wrong, especially with someone like Portia or even you, Sin, I respect you. If someone was just being ungentlemanly, to be old fashioned about it, and I'll let it go on for a little bit. I'll allow you to defend yourself, but motherfucker, if you are starting to be just unfair, nope, I'll step in the middle of it. And you know what? I may lose, but I'm pretty good at the verbal stuff. And then once I come up there, it's a scorched earth situation. I will fucking do my best to put you into the soil. And I don't mean bury you. I literally mean I will salt the earth so nothing grows again. Now, I don't always win, but motherfucker, that's my goal if you piss me off. John Galt, salted earth. I'm going to fucking he has gone too far. He could just shut the fuck up and let sleeping dogs lie. And this motherfucker keeps wanting to poke the bear. He does not know what I'm capable of. Shit, I don't know what I'm capable of until I think in the shit. I'll make some shit up. I will solve this problem if John Galt keeps making it a problem. And it's not a threat. I solve problems. Don't be a problem. I say all the time, Stanley versus the world. Don't be the world. Because I'm going to win. So anyway. Yeah. And it really wasn't that important an argument. But you know what? I'll defend a black woman if I think she's right. It's the right thing to do. I'll defend a white woman if I think she's right. I'll defend, if I think you're right, it's worth defending. Okay, it's not so much sex or, class or race or any of that. If you have a good argument, why not? What it's YouTube. What are they gonna do? Fucking try and out argue me?
So he's giving me permission now.
Yes,
Keep going on
yes,
talking about black
Kelvin. I am a political pragmatist. I like solving problems. It gives me a thrill.
as long as I live around blacks, right? That's what he
And
said.
and I don't mean that in like a Frederick Forsyth sort of way. You solve problems. You don't necessarily eliminate problems. So don't take this the wrong way. I solve problems legally.
He
I
made a
I
fake
am
John so
not
John
a
can talk
Frederick
about it.
Forsyth character.
Universal said I can just walk outside my house and get nigger content, which is true. I've done that many times. Speak Radio, he has no content. He thinks Stanley has.
No,
He-
not in an Adolf sort of way.
But they crying about shit. Let's talk about some real shit.
Like
What's
what?
going on
Different
in
opinions are
Baltimore,
good,
going on in
Sin.
Chicago? That doesn't
You're
affect
all
y'all.
good with me.
What?
You're
That's beyond
funny.
Baltimore.
That's the most important
Let's
part.
keep it a buck.
When you say y'all, you throwing me in there?
Whoever.
All right, so I know if I'm responding. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can respond to it. I mean, if you think it does, I mean, yeah, you can go ahead and respond. What I always say, if it don't apply, let it fly.
Gotcha.
Here's what I'm saying. Just it ain't bothering me. So I ain't gonna do nothing about it till it bothers me. The blacks want to bury their head in the sand and act
Be right
like nothing
back,
bothers
folks. I'm
them
listening though.
until they get shot with the straight bullet, and then they want to react. But it's too late at that point.
Hold on 1 second. Oh, more. I don't. Actually, strategically, that to be honest, working with the mental health of black folks. Spent most of my life, more than half my life, I've lived roaches and all point. I mean, I don't take no content down. You can go back in the archive.
Minnesota now.
I will say that Africans in Minnesota have more social in Minnesota, 100%. And they were able to do that within 25 years. So,
well, I mean, you said they have a Somali mayor right now, right?
well, no, he's in good position to win the managerial race right now.
So that's the same aspect as what New York getting that Arab mayor.
Yeah, they're both
gonna go downhill if that happens.
Yep, they're both socialists as well. Omar Fifth or Faith. I don't know how he pronounces his last name. I'll show you what it looks like. This guy is most likely. Well, here's the thing. He has.
Okay, I have to correct something. Speak Radio, I hope you're listening. Mamdani is Indian extraction through Uganda. He's not Arab. There's a difference. He's Muslim or grew up Muslim or, something like that. But not all Muslims are Arabs, Radio.
Has been endorsed by the DFL, but he got caught cheating. So I don't know if they're gonna still let him ride or not. But if he runs, there's never gonna be
because they see a quote unquote black face.
Yeah,
but he doesn't speak for them. And
No.
and this is what when they put this FBA versus tether conversation, and I'm not an FBA. I'm just Black American. That if you even want to call us that, but I see why these people are saying FBAs want to delineate from other quote unquote melanated people because they don't have the same experiences that we have. They come over here thinking that they're better than us, and this guy is not going to do any favors for quote unquote Black Americans.
What do you want him to do, nigga? Why should he do you a favor? Why? Like, what does he owe you? Like, I don't even know.
Power. He's only going to push shit to make his people great.
Okay, that's what he should do. He's Somali. What the hell is you could put something to make him worse off?
But what if they function better than us? Like they can think it, but what if their actions are showing that they are better? Then
Are they showing that?
in some instances, yes. Look at academics. Look at work. Look at income.
Could that be just from them bringing in a certain demographic at a certain point? Now, I mean, okay, so let's put it this way. So when you talk about waves of immigration, right? Typically, the first wave they bring the good bags in.
Shit.
Minnesota right now, right?
Maybe second, maybe close to tie with Native Americans.
Because I will say this, a lot of these tether crimes get lumped in as black crimes.
That's not happening here. No.
You sure?
No. Yeah.
I know, like in Florida.
I mean, it's just really, I can't listen anymore to this stupid shit. Man, these blacks are just so dumb. Like, he doesn't like what I say, and that's very interesting. But he doesn't want to talk about the actions of the blacks. Which in the morning I'm going to be talking about the actions of the blacks, and kind of what we're seeing here, particularly in Charlotte, North Carolina. I don't know if you know this. This is the city council for Charlotte, North Carolina. So here you have V. Alexander Lyles.
So, this will be back to John's usual unsophisticated shit on blacks argument. It's par for the course. What a fucking moron. Oh, dude, that racist bullshit is literally rotting your brain along with the drugs and the alcohol. Dude, be a better father. That's all I ask of you. So that's that. Let's go to something that's more interesting and more substantive. Icky. I might have to do a mental palate cleanser. Oh, John is so fucking sad. Sad. And hopefully somebody will take this back in the morning if he can wake up and actually fucking function. There was a Sociology 101 somewhere down here that I saw. Charlie Rose is back. I'm gonna have to watch that show overnight. Damn it. Where is this? Give me 1 second here. There's a Sociology 101. That came out today. Where is it? It was on my phone. And I bet I didn't save it. Let's see. How am I going to find it? Sorry about this. We can watch the dog. And that'll give me time to find what I'm looking to find.
Today we are grooming Rex. He is an Alaskan Malamute that has been turned away by other groomers due to behavioral issues. Let's see if I'm able to do anything at all with him today. I am going to try to blow his coat out first, see how he behaves for this. This muzzle is not fitting properly on his face. I should switch it for a smaller one. The problem is I can't, because if I try to take it off, he will try to bite me. And if I try to put on a new one, he will try to bite me. So we already tried this outside. the owners had to put the muzzle on his face. So we will see what happens if he gets out of this muzzle, or I think that it's just not helping, then I might have to have the owners come back and put a smaller size on. Please stay here when I turn this on. Good boy. Look at it. I know that he has hit the straight dress, and I'm going to break the picture out. Good boy. Good boy, Rex. Good boy. Keep going. Keep going, sir. Keep going.
Yeah, he is enjoying that. Good for her.
So Rex has had successful grooms in the past.
Ooh, look at
He
him.
moved here, I
He
want to
is
say, from the Middle East.
not happy.
Although, don't quote me on that, because I have the memory of a goldfish, and even though they told me where he moved from, I actually can't remember. And since he moved here, and he's been in Canada, no groomers around here have.
All right, this is, I don't think this is exactly what I was looking for, but everyone likes this professor, so let's watch it.
And the grading is when you're not in class. So by the way, if you're new to the class, a bunch of you are new, if you're in section 2, the smart thing to do is just come to class. Even though it says web class, just come to class. That's how you're going to get your attendance points. If you don't come to class, you have to write a class attendance video. You have to record 3 class attendance video assignments, and then you upload them, okay? And that's the grading team reads those and gives you the points. So Dela's in charge of the grading team, and Dela's in charge of attendance. Dela. And bro, do you know where she's from? Bro, do you know where she's from? Bro. Do you know where that flag's from? Come on, man. You know where the flag's from?
The Iranian flag.
Dude, this guy, you're 18 years old. Like, all right. He knows everything. All right. Can you, I don't know, say something in Persian, by the way, in Farsi. Wait, first off, is your grandmother watching? Well,
my grandma loves Sam, so she
Wait,
actually
hang on,
loves
though.
him more than Sam. Loves.
yeah, but she's going to criticize you because your
Oh,
arms are showing.
yeah, my grandma isn't the very best and open-minded. She's not like one of, respectfully to all the Arabs here, she's not like one of those people that like wears a very strong type of a job. I don't know what's called, but
Was she in Tehran?
yes, she is in Tehran, which is capital of Iran, and she's not very open-minded about me like having a open chest. So
Can I borrow your sweatshirt?
any
Yeah. Oh, now you have it. Now you okay? Here, you can put where you can. Grandma, hey, grandma, can you translate this? Grandma, I'm all
مامان
good now.
بزرگ الان درست شدیم.
All right.
الان همه چی خوبه.
All right. So, what do they need to know about attendance?
Oh, okay. What you need to know about attendance is that if you want to leave the class, there's a sheet upstairs and you have to come sign out or whatever you want to call it. And you have to put your name, you have to put the time, so we will make sure that you're going to actually come back and you're not going to get the code from your friends or whatever you want to call it. And also, please be nice. Please be nice. We have like new TAs and the ones that don't know about how rude some of you guys could be. And other than that, if you leave the class and in general you don't come to class, we have class reflections, and there are 3 of them that you have to do every time that you don't come to class. So if you miss today, you have to do 3 videos. And
It's easier coming.
what?
It's just easier to come.
Yeah, it's very, very easier to come because believe me, you don't want to have you don't want to record 3 videos and each one of them 3 minutes or
It's
more.
not too much work. It's just that, you got to do it. So it's just easier to come. But listen, why do we have people sign in and sign out?
Okay, the reason why we don't want you guys to sign in to sign out is...
No, we want them to sign in.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, my bad. We want you guys to sign in and sign out is because we don't want you guys to miss the material.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and at the end of the semester, you have to go through all the things for the exam. You really don't want that because it could be a lot sometimes.
Yeah, but you don't need to know anything from class for the exams. Remember that. But here's the thing. You know what will happen? It happens all the time, right? Someone will come, they'll take the first attendance quiz, and then they'll they'll sneak out. So they get your 1.5 points, but you're like, oh, I can't stay the whole class, but at least I'll go for the first 7 minutes. I'll get my 1.5 points, and then I'll sneak out. It's like,
yeah, because if you even want to sneak out, we will see you and we will get your name.
And then they'll ask you for your name because you're cheating. And Dela and the attendance team will say, hey, come on, you got to sign in. And you'll be like, oh, F you. Like, da, 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 da. They literally say, dude, was it last year that I got called up to the top? There was a big confrontation because someone was trying to leave. Like, no, I have to go because I have to go see my father. Well, why'd you take the attendance quiz and leave? That's like cheating on the exam. That's like looking at the exam next to you. They're so mean. It's so mean. And how would you be mean to her? Grandma.
Yeah, don't be mean to me.
Her grandma will be pissed. And she's in Iran, so
Yeah, very, very lovely country, as many of you guys probably know. Anyways, even if you leave the class, as Sam said, we'll literally see you, and that will be way worse than you can imagine.
Uncool. Oh my
yeah.
God.
Anyways, you'll get
Because
caught.
it's bad karma. Because you're going to end up, it's just bad karma, man. Don't do that. Guys, oh my God. All right, man. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Please don't do whatever
Dela.
you think you want to do.
No, do all the good things.
Oh, do the good things. Don't do the bad thing.
Hey, thanks for letting her use your sweatshirt. All right. Okay, today's class, we're calling it Fahrenheit 119. Did anyone ever read Fahrenheit 451? You know what that means, right? That's the temperature at which paper is combustible. So Fahrenheit 119 and Fahrenheit 451 was a book about ideas that were really dangerous to the authoritarian society at the time. That's where that came from. Just the society at the time. It doesn't matter if it's authoritarian or whatever. But okay, so can we go to Can we go to the next slide? I want to show you a couple of things. So the other day, on day one, we did somebody did a TikTok. Was that you? TikTok video, and it kind of took off, right? And so I don't normally look at things, but former student of mine sent it to me, and I looked at it, and I was like, ha, 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 and I wanted to see what people wrote. So I looked at a couple of people. So one person wrote, this Woody, who's clearly not in the class, this explains a lot about the state of our education system today, though PSU is at the bottom end. This is the sewer in here, y'all, right? I'm dragging you through it, Woody. And Kay Manny says, he is a very opinionated professor if you don't align with him. Now, I don't know. So one of the things I want to tell you is with social media and things, it's like the reason I don't read comments I rarely ever read comments about the class or about me, because you get stuff like that. And I'm thinking, I don't know if I could be less opinionated. I don't know how I could be less opinionated than more opinionated. Like, I really don't know. I mean, I'm borderline mentally ill in the first place. So my thoughts are everywhere, but like, I don't know how I could be less opinionated. You know what I mean? Like, oh my God. But you have to read stuff like that. So it's, don't read social media stuff about yourself. Anyway, next slide. So Evelyn in class, wherever you are, Evelyn, said, I was there in this class is insane so far. Okay. Which is like, okay, that's a typical comment you would put on a TikTok video, right? And then Emmy, less than 3, it says, and the MAGA topic on Thursday, he's so unfiltered. And I was thinking, whoa, okay, I am a little bit, it sounds like I'm unfiltered, but I'm not really unfiltered. I'm just able to talk about things more openly than a lot of people. I'm not afraid. I just had a 2-hour conversation with people at one of our local prisons. I teach a class there. And afterwards, the one guy said, the incarcerated student who's in my class said, man, I just like how you take these really high intensity topics that are very sensitive to so many people, and people disagree and they argue, and you just approach them without fear, and you have fun. You make learning fun in this way. And it's a very, it's a very mixed class. It's a really interesting group of people. Really smart, by the way. If I had a room this size filled with people like them who were really, really smart, thoughtful, I'd be like, man, teaching would be so much. You all are great. I love you, dude. Don't take that personally, but these guys are really smart. Okay. Anyway, so I was thinking, unfiltered, I was thinking, what can I not say in here? Because I feel like I can talk about anything at all. We should be able to talk about anything at all. I can talk about anything, man. Doesn't matter. There's nothing you want. I did several classes in here, my wife and I did, about our sex.
I think that Kelvin makes an interesting point, and as a former science student, I kind of understand your point. You just want the facts. But that's why, in my opinion, liberal arts are important for science or math or, econ, I think, is considered a STEM, like a math course or like a math major these days. Wasn't when I was a kid, but you got to learn to use both sides of your brain. Both hemispheres are important. And you know what? I've known so many engineers who don't want to be engineers after a few years. these sorts of classes, maybe not this one in particular, but he's making it hard not to make an A. My thing is, loosen up your pocket protector, your pen protector, and loosen up your tie, Dilbert, and fucking go with the flow. So, Kelvin, don't be a Dilbert.
Sex lives. So it's like, and we got into details, man. You know what I mean? So, well, she did. I just sat back and went, damn, all right. So we'll talk about anything, whatever. We can talk about our sex lives. We can talk about whatever you want to talk about. All right. So,
Yeah, that's a bit much.
wait, hang on. We didn't just talk about our sex lives. It had a purpose to it. It was about, there was a reason we talked about it. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Emily. The second comment, I think it was misinterpreted. I meant it in like a good way. Like I'm unfiltered too. That's why I'm here. I didn't mean it in like a bad way.
No, I didn't think it was a bad way. No. Oh God, I'm so sorry.
No,
I didn't think you meant it in a bad way. No, I think you meant it in a
it as in like a good way. Like you're saying stuff that a lot of people don't talk about, and I'm appreciating that. Like
no, I got you. No, I felt like you meant it in a positive way. But what it led me to say was, do I need some filters?
No, you don't. That's why
I don't know. So I want to have a conversation about that today because I have a feeling maybe we do. So so we have one volunteer already, and I sent that email out saying what we were going to talk about. So do we have a couple more people who would come up and hang on? We got one white guy already. Hang on, bro. Now we can't be just white men. We already got our one white man. We need some. We need.
Well, see, John would be protesting. Why can't there be? It's reverse racism if we can't have more than one white man. We need more white men. We need to teach them how to succeed. More white men.
We have a woman. Nah, dude, hang on. We can't have so many white guys. I don't, nothing against white guys. I love white guys. Do you want to? Okay, we need somebody else who's not.
Sociology.
Okay, yep.
Let me help you out here.
All right. Hey, by the way, you all right after class.
Ooh, look at her. What can we not talk about is the topic of this lecture. So I guess we're going to find that out. And you don't see this
right
here?
After class.
Oh,
you're going to see Izzy.
Right
after class, the three of you are going to see Izzy.
Quite a young lady.
Fill out
and she's tall.
The form for, like when you come up here, when you volunteer, when you apply to volunteer, you sign off on the footage, and basically we're not making. Do not think we're getting rich off this footage. Dude, you don't make very much money on YouTube videos. When you get like 5,000 views on a video, you make like 37 cents. Okay, the people that make millions of dollars on videos, that's because they have millions and millions and millions of views on every single video, and there are very few YouTubers who can sustain making a really good salary, even like $5,000 a month. It takes so much, and we have to pay for all of this. Penn State doesn't just say like, hey, whatever, here it is. So you got to. So anyway, the point is you have to sign off. If anybody is ever volunteering and after class you say to yourself, you know what? Like we had a guy volunteer last year, and this guy was talking about his hometown and some people in his hometown. He didn't name names or anything, but afterwards, the next day he emailed us and he's like, you know what, man, I shouldn't have said that about my hometown because it wasn't bad, but he's just like, could you just pull that little thing out? And so we took it out of the video. It was fine. Okay, so there may be something that you later say like, yeah, I kind of would rather not have that in the video. Then we'll pull it out. It's not a problem, okay? We rarely ever have that though. because I make sure that it's all good. All right. So sometimes we're gonna do like this, where we just pull out volunteers in class. All right, man. We're gonna start with Gavin right here.
Oh boy.
Well, introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Gavin Fittis. I'm a freshman here at Penn State University.
Who knew what Persian flag was? The Iranian flag.
Yes.
All right. Do you know what language they speak in Iran?
Persian.
You know what else it's called?
No, it's Farsi.
I'm not certain.
Farsi, son.
I'm Ava. I'm also a freshman studying criminology.
Oh my God, freshman. All right. Don't say are you going to freshman also? All right. Okay. Or freshwoman, do you say? Have we started saying that?
The way you
that's not
look,
a
baby,
joke,
is
I always start with
criminal.
Freshmen. Have you guys started to say first year student instead of freshman?
No, but I mean, maybe we should.
I'm gonna have to say this. Why on earth? Maybe she's a track person or something. Why on earth would you wear that to class? You know, you're sitting down and you have to like pull the spandex down. That's weird.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
It is kind of weird. I mean, freshman's just a lot more, smooth. But I'm a sophomore and my name's Bella, and I study criminology as well.
Whoa. All right. So you're criminology, and you all are young. So you're 18?
Yeah.
18? Yeah. And 19? All right. So listen, first off, you understand? So what happens sometimes is people who watch the videos, everybody thinks we all look, by the way.
I bet she will never wear that to this class again.
Go ahead. Don't be weird about it. It's all right. Doesn't matter.
64.
Oh yeah, tropes. I tell you what, I was watching something last night and it was like, this is bad. And she is gorgeous. But no, it would be so much better if she had on a nice sundress or just, it can be a tad attractive, but yeah, I don't get this. And she's tall too.
22.
No, come on. Seriously. In this case, white does crack. All right, so.
I feel like you said it before.
Do you know?
64.
Yeah, I'm 64. Tomorrow I turn 65. Yeah, no kidding.
Oh, happy birthday.
That means, yeah. So, check that out.
No, I'd be like, well, what you gonna give me for my present? I'm sorry, I wouldn't be able to help it.
So like today I'm not high risk to get COVID, so I don't have to think about getting a vaccine today. But tomorrow I become high risk. Yeah. It's like, shit, I'm gonna get COVID and die. Man. It's weird. All right. Okay. So what I was saying was that a lot of people, as you grow, as you age, as you mature, we often look back at our young lives and we think we're a lot smarter than we were. And I would never have said that or thought like that or whatever. So sometimes old people like me, older people, they watch the stream because they want to hear what you all are thinking. But sometimes they'll be, oh God, I never would have said that. It's like I gotta always remind people, listen, man, you were 18 years old once or whatever. All right, so let's go with you can blacken the screen, by the way. What do you got? Who wants to go?
Before I get too far into this, it just occurred to me. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new, test it out. Subscribe, share it out if you like it. Apparently this is kind of a pop-up show, so there's no particular theme. And the name of the show, I actually changed it. It's called John Galt Displays His Big Mama Energy. And I think that was the right title for this, to be honest. So There we go. Support the host as Lupin and Speak Radio did today. And much appreciated to you, gentlemen. Support the host. You're supporting the show. I got tons of subscriptions because I'm kind of like a news junkie. So I try and bring some new, interesting perspectives to news. And as John says, Stanley didn't invent the news. It's not really original content, but dude, we live in a world, and sometimes you don't want to be the one that invents the content that winds up in the news. Sometimes not creating content in certain contexts is a good thing. And John Galt will never be bright enough to understand that sort of shit. You know, if you make the newspapers, if you become the news, that is content you create, but it's not necessarily good content for, but John won't get that part. Big Mama John.
Suppose I will.
All right, let's go.
We just, you want to introduce the topic or?
Yeah, so the topic is, what should I not say in here? Like, where do I need to actually put a few filters on? Because, I don't know.
So the purpose of these discussions are, in my view, to figure out what things are good, bad, what should be supported. And my main concern with discussions like these are that they can be used to purely just bring up opinions that are just plainly not good, but if they're repeated a lot and brought up a lot, then they can seem mainstream, and it can be latched onto.
Can any of these motherfuckers stand still? Eek. Sit still, kids. Stop fidgeting.
As an actual idea of thought.
Okay. That's awesome. Okay. Do you have an example? Because I have one. I have lots of examples, but I have one in particular.
If you'd like to go first, please.
No, you go.
I don't have any good examples right now off the top of my head. I'm
okay.
a little tired.
Do one of you have an example of that? I have one. The example is this. Say it again, because this is a really cool idea.
That the good faith discussions like these can be used as a platform in order to posit opinions that simply are bad, like or wrong.
I got a perfect one.
With the this purpose of discussion as a medium to discuss what is good and what is bad. Some people may bring up topics that are purely used to posit an opinion that is wrong or bad.
Or harmful to somebody.
Or harmful, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, like some examples of these, I mean...
I'm going to give a really good example.
Okay, no, you go ahead.
Bella, do you have one?
One example I would say is probably politics is the biggest one. I feel like a lot of people use politics as a segue to kind of just insult people. Politics is something that everyone has their own opinions on, and that's something that we have to, respect. But when people start to bring in, I guess, viewpoints and opinions that are just downright hurtful to other people, just to kind of prove that they're right in their thinking and that their side of politics is the only right side, I think that's where a lot of conversations start to get heated, because everyone's they just want to prove their point right and they don't want to hear anyone out, so they just start attacking character instead of bringing up facts.
Okay, listen, I'm going to ask you a question. Do you know what snowflake is?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself a snowflake?
I mean, no, but I feel like some people would consider me as a snowflake.
Just by nature of the fact that you just said what you said.
Correct.
Okay, so here, I'm going to give, but are you saying that? Or here, I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to give the three of you a really good example. So, immigrants undocumented immigrants. So the United States is not the only nation in the world that has undocumented immigrants. Everybody does. People cross over borders and they find ways to sneak in or get into other countries in some nefarious way. They overstay visas, they do all sorts of things, and they decide, hey, I'm going to stay there. So this is not just a US thing, okay? Iran right now, if you study, Iran's dealing with undocumented immigration. Lots of Afghans, lots of Pakistanis, lots of Syrians. Like, they're really struggling to decide, what are we going to do with all these people who are undocumented here, right? So they're in the same position, okay? When we, Dylan, when our leadership starts talking about undocumented immigrants in the United States who are violent and committing crimes and committing all the crimes and committing so much violence and committing all of these things, the dangerous undocumented immigrants, and they use that in that way, it's like you're amping up the rhetoric in ways that are really not just problematic, but first off, that are problematic, but are also mean and are also wrong. Undocumented immigrants everywhere in the world have the lowest crime rates. And that doesn't take a rocket scientist or a brain surgeon to figure out. If you're undocumented, you want to hide. Man, you don't want any connection to law, to the law enforcement, to the authorities, to like nothing. And across the board in the United States, undocumented immigrants have the lowest crime rates of people in this country, okay? Now, just because you see the headline of the news about this guy that murders a young college student down in South Carolina or North Carolina or Virginia, wherever it was, which is horrific and terrible. It's like, oh my God. But we're not interested in this class in singular examples. This is a sociology class. We're interested in the trends. So that would be a perfect example of just wrong information. That's who's it problematic for?
Say again?
What's that? Who is it problematic for? Like, when people put that narrative out there.
Who is it problematic for?
Why? How is it problematic?
It's problematic for the people that are affected, the illegal immigrants that are, through this use of radicalization of the populace, are thrust out from their communities, their children, and also the communities that they were in, which they may have been an integral part of in many ways.
Hey, wait, hang on. That's a leftist. That's like a leftist liberal response to that question. All right. So all right. You would give the same one. Give me another reason why it's problematic.
I was just gonna say it's
Wait, hang on. Because the people who don't think that's a problem, they didn't even listen to Gavin. They're just like, dude, you're just this radical leftist. We don't give a damn what you say. Speak to them. Give them something that.
Okay, here's my thing with illegal immigration and everything. No one that I guess is I'm not even gonna say for illegal immigration, is denouncing the fact that they came here illegally. That's never an argument that, yeah, they didn't come here legally. It's the fact that maybe they can't. They are in certain situations, and I'm never saying that, it's easy to come into the US. It's very hard for a lot of people, especially people that are native, don't speak English, everything like that. But I think it's very problematic just for people that want to come to the US in general, legally, illegally, because of the way that they see that we treat people. And when you have like ASMR videos about people getting deported and everything, it doesn't make the US seem like it's very welcoming with open arms, because if you don't come here or you're not already here, then, to hell with you.
Okay, all right. Okay, so that's a fair one. I'm going to give you, do you have a reason? Wait, hang on. Do you have a reason?
Yeah, can I add something to that?
Yeah.
Almost completely segueing from what you were saying, I think when we're talking about something like this, it often portrays a light on a large society or maybe caste or section, which kind of puts them into a stereotype, which might not, well, that's ironic, which might not be true for the entire society, but which might be true for certain individuals. But because those individuals have been sort of have been shined a light on, or they've been come into light, the majority seems to think that that entire sector, that entire part of society is exactly like them.
Okay. Yep, I got you. Yep. Here's another, and the fact is, you've got the Pew Research, they just estimated that right now we have 13 to 14 million undocumented people in the U.S., which has not changed very much since I was studying it 40 years ago. But the other side is, you can't fix the problem if you don't understand who the people are. So this is what I mean about you like do the left thing, like, oh, these are human beings and we should treat them better. No. People don't care. A lot of people don't give a damn about that. They're here illegally, man. Like, that's it. Get out. But what I would say is, you're not going to fix the problem when you're just like throwing out all this information that's wrong. And everybody starts chasing the problem over here when in fact you're missing it. That's not what's going on here. These aren't the people who are committing all the crimes. These aren't the people who you imagine they are. So you're going to have to go back and reevaluate and figure out how we're going to solve this. That's a way to speak to people who are all about law and order.
Sure. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Another thing. What's another third rail? What's something else in this class we shouldn't talk about?
I came here like unprepared, as like
for this one.
What you say? Yeah, but it's not something that we shouldn't talk about. But I feel like when we are talking about something, we should look through all viewpoints, because I know like with the MAGA thing, it was like all liberals. And so I'm like, I would have liked for like a conservative to come up here and say their viewpoint, because I feel like the one guy said that they were just being like attacked and like maybe like a false narrative almost.
Yeah.
So we don't want to like false narrative them, if you know what I'm saying.
Them. Them? Who are them? The MAGA person?
Yeah, the MAGA people, yeah.
You know who you are. Listen, I got that. Although I thought Alex, wait, it was Alex, right? Wait, dude, who sat here? Where are you? Is it Alex? Is that you? Alex, right? I thought he did a really nice job. He's not really one or the other, but I thought he did a really nice job holding down that conversation. But I hear you. Okay, so you think that what we need to do is it's not, I need to make sure that lots of different viewpoints are on the table. That's hard. That's difficult to do, by the way. You do. Yeah, but I hear you. I try to do that. Well, that's why, for example, with Allie, remember Allie? Remember? And I thought I did a pretty killer job with this when she said something about whatever, and I'm like, no, that people get hurt with MAGA policies, and I'm like, dude, people get hurt with Obama policies, man. You know what I mean? With Biden policies, everybody gets hurt with policies. Somebody's going to get hurt, and I agree with you, and yet, dude, can you just pat me on the back, right? I think I did a pretty good job on that one, holding that down. So you would agree with that? I do agree. Oh, go ahead. No, yeah, okay, you agree. But I hear what you were saying. What's the problem with what you were saying? For me, if you're me, what's the problem with what you were saying? Like you would say, like, yeah, okay, that's a really good idea, but.
That's a good idea, but it's hard to get those people to volunteer.
Yeah, it's really difficult. By the way, the reason I just pulled away like that's because our producer told me to get away from you all because the microphones are, because it's difficult to do that. Yeah, like, for example, the three of you volunteered. 2 of you are 18 and 1 is 19. you're really young, which is important because, you're this new generation coming up, but you don't have a lot of experience. So like, here we are, we're going to run this thing without a lot of experience. So it's like, oh, okay, here we go. But yeah, that's awesome. I really appreciate you gave a great example. Yeah.
I think a main part and why it's hard to get, a whole bunch of different viewpoints is because of what I was saying before, is that everyone's so stuck on proving their own point that a lot of people can feel not like bullied, but just kind of like, well, what's the point in saying what I'm going to say if I'm going to get backlash from it? Like, as someone was saying last class, when you asked around, like, who's a MAGA supporter, and no one raised their hand, but then someone asked, like, who's a liberal, and like a whole bunch of people raised their hand. It's like the backlash that you feel like you're going to get just because you have a different viewpoint. And I feel like that's what this class is about, which is why I don't really think there's any topics that we can't talk about, because we should all be able to just converse about whatever at any time without having to feel like, oh, these people are going to hate me, or I'm going to get this posted about me, or this, this, and that.
Yeah, that's why. Okay, I want to respond to something really fast. Can you put me on yellow? Yeah. Niche. I want to respond to people on the stream. That was when I asked, what's that? Which one? This one? Blue? Blue. Is this blue? No. Which? That's blue? This is yellow? All right, Mom. The problem is that it was on the second day of class, and I just very quickly said, are there any MAGA supporters? There were plenty of people in here who, in retrospect, would raise their hand and be like, yeah, I'll talk, whatever, I'll come down and talk. If I said we need a MAGA supporter to come down, people will come down. But, it happened really fast. So don't think that every conservative person in this classroom is afraid to speak, because they're not. I know that because I've been teaching this for so many decades. I know they're not. And so, but I do know that on average, in many other classes, in many places, people have felt attacked, people on the right. And so people would silence a little bit. But pretty quickly you figure out in here, I'm not going to do that. And by the way, if you are on the left or the right and you feel silenced by me, that's way more about you than it is about me, man. Like, I'm not, Dan, there's nothing. Okay, go ahead. Do we have another example of what I can't talk about?
I kind of want to go back to that last thing of the people being ashamed and not bringing points up, and should we?
No, not ashamed, afraid that somehow it will work against them. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
At some point, some viewpoints are wrong. That was the point of my argument, that in just a discuss this, there are some viewpoints that are just going to be wrong. And it's not necessarily wrong that we discuss them, but I feel it's important to make sure that what's wrong and right is defined, and in just there's no wrong answers discussion, that can't happen.
Yeah, but okay, so what do you do about this? Who's going to make that decision, right? Because what I would say is mostly the far left, the really liberal points that people make are more likely to be wrong. And the really conservative far right points that people make are more likely to be wrong. That mostly, if you want to get to wisdom and that kind of stuff, you got to kind of have elements of all these things. So it's like, but who's going to decide that, man?
I don't know.
Okay, but you're working that. As an 18-year-old college student who's just starting college, this is something that you're working through. All right? Hey, by the way, So you get that. If you're watching on the stream, it's like he's working through that. It's 18. That's good that you're working through that. You should be thinking about that. Okay. Does someone want to comment on that? Like, how do we, bro, can you, the guy and the,
He was first.
yeah. All right.
Hi, my name is Aiden. I think,
Dan, can you stand, by the way?
yeah, sorry. I think I get what you're saying because there's a lot of like popular media like Jubilee and stuff that have provided bases for very like he's very far right, far left values. But I think an important point to consider is even if we can say they're objectively wrong, I think it's important to understand why they can't, like, even if we just said someone came up here and they're like, every single person here is a horrible person, and we're like, okay, that's wrong. It's important to understand how they came to that like point. Like, what is the background?
Yeah.
And so if we set this basis of like, we want diverse opinions, but we want diverse opinions that are limited to not too far one way or the other because they're maybe wrong and they may be legitimately wrong. We isolate them even further, which alienates them even further, which makes their opinions even stronger and more negative and more hateful, which is just, it's a vicious cycle. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. That's that. Yeah. Dude, very cool. I like that. And, and I think that there are a lot of far right ideas that I think are really good and quite correct, and far left ideas that I think are really good and quite correct. Okay. So I'm not saying there aren't, but what I've found in my 64, that's right, not 65, my 64 years, is that, yeah, for the most part, wisdom, the best ideas are somewhere floating around in the center. Yeah. What we want to figure out how people got to them. But unfortunately, what happens with this class, you all should know, is we don't have a lot of time to do that. You know what I mean? We have still, in order for you to stay engaged and not pick up your phones and watch football games from Europe or whatever, whoever's playing right now, you know what I mean, bro, right? Manchester United, are they playing today? And you're like trying to like get your phone out and see how it's going. In order to do that, we have to be a little bit entertaining and keep moving along. All right, bro, go ahead, man.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Raul. I'm the guy that made the question about raising the hands. And I just wanted to say that it was a little bit biased because you did say who's a MAGA supporter, and I said who's center to left. So I didn't mean to make your class seem like an open, but I do think that in college, it's a little harder to express yourself if you're a conservative person.
If you're a more conservative person?
More conservative in college.
Yeah, what makes it difficult? Is it the students, the professors?
I feel like academia is just more liberal.
It's more liberal?
Like at the setting of academia.
Wait, you mean like the business school, or you mean like sociology?
The more vocal and media oriented, then usually the more liberal it is, because at least in colleges.
Why do you think universities tend to be a little more liberal?
I don't know.
Dude, does one of you want to throw that out there? Wait.
Oh, well, because
no, go ahead.
Research funding and things like that, which are more liberal based, which is like, for example, Trump just cut an enormous funding in medicine and mRNA vaccines. So that probably makes.
Does somebody, all right, hang on. I want to ask this question. For Jaden, can you answer that? Can you try to answer that question? Why is it, do you think, that college students in general and universities on average will be a little bit more liberal, whatever that means?
Well, I think that like the perception that like college is super liberal is like somewhat misled, right? Like I think that like, well, like I don't think like many of my professors have ever expressed like particularly liberal opinions. Like honestly, if I've ever heard a professor say anything positive about a politician, it was Donald Trump. Like I don't know.
You mean they've said positive? Yes. Professors are more likely to say something positive about Trump.
Yeah, well, and I don't know if that's like a biased sample set. I think probably most of my professors are pretty liberal. I also think that like to go into like academia, like the kind of person that would pick that as a career path would be more likely to be progressive, like that they value education and knowledge and sharing that with other people, which tend to be values more associated with progressives than conservatives.
Okay, all right. So I have a thought here. I'm just going to jump in on this thought. Okay, when you're young, you have a lot of hope. Like little kids are not, unless they're abused, they're not jaded. Little kids, man, take them out to the park and they stop and they pick up a muddy stone and they're like, whoa, look at this muddy stone. And the parents are like, oh, don't pick that up, it's dirty. And they pick up a stick and they're like, look at this cool stick. And the parents are like, oh my God, a stick, watch out, you're gonna poke your eye out. All that kind of stuff, right? Kids aren't jaded. Kids are like, oh, life. And then you sort of start coming of age and you find out, man, there's a lot of hungry people in the world. There's a lot of wars going on. There's a lot of just problems in the world. We should fix those. Come on, man. We should be better than this. Why don't we fix those? We have hungry, like if a little kid sees someone who's hungry, the little kid's eating an apple, it's a homeless person, the little kid is far more likely to give the homeless person their apple than the parent. Because like little kids are just like, hey, you share, like share your apples. Like, come on, we share, like do that. Okay. I have the idea that when you sort of go through high school and you get out of high school and you start learning about problems in the world, the tendency is what you're going to want to do is like, let's fix these. Come on, let's fix them. Like, let's go. And you believe that all these problems are fixable. And then you're drawn more toward a more liberal type narrative, which is like, hey, let's intervene and stop the wars, and let's send food to hungry people, and let's do this, and let's stop poverty. The person doesn't have a job. They need jobs. Let's build houses. We have too many homeless people. Let's build houses. And when you're younger, you're more likely to lean in that direction of like, let's fix the problem. And then as you get older, you start realizing, oh, damn, man, these problems are really complicated. I don't know if we're going to be able to fix this. And that's a little bit different. And that's not saying that some people, even from a very young age, are like, yeah, but they get introduced to ideas that are, you know what, man, the way to fix these problems actually are don't build houses for people. No. What you want to do is you want to set up a system where people learn to, and indeed are forced to, figure out how to build a house on their own. A more, what we would identify as a classically conservative idea. Don't step in and help. Man, people got to do it themselves. Or the military. Most of what militaries do in the world, is peacekeeping and various development assistance. It's not killing people and battling people. So if you're in the military, what you learn is you probably never go to war. You're probably never going to shoot your gun and harm another human being. But what you will almost certainly do is go someplace, keep peace, build schools, build this, do that, do whatever. You're going to do that. And so, you learn these things. Anyway, that's my take on it. That's what I think. So so it's natural that college students would be like, yeah, we can fix this. Come on, let's go, guys. We can fix it. Like Penn State, we can win a football game.
Just adding on to what you were just saying, I think it's a very different scenario when you're by yourself or when you're in a small group of your close friends versus when you're in a public domain. Because when you're like out in society or when you're in a public domain, people often tend to put on a facade or they portray themselves in a certain scenario for whatever reasons they would
I hear that. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
So
I hear that.
It's a bit different when we speak about that.
Yeah, no, it's also different in here, but y'all like, I don't know. There's also truth, and then there's what's really going on, and then there's the perception of what's going on. So if you have the perception that college students are all liberal, they're all radical, woke liberals, it's like, just sit through this class, and when you're going to listen to your, like, Eva, for example, said, look, we got to make sure that we have lots of different viewpoints up here. She didn't say we have to have the liberal viewpoints and like make sure the conservatives don't get to talk. She's like, no, man, we need to have the MAGA people. I want to hear right from MAGA people. That's what she said. So if you have this idea that these three people and any three people are all radical leftists, you're wrong. You are absolutely wrong, and it's gonna shape in an unfortunate way what you understand about this generation, right? Wait, I just said you're wrong. Like, is that all right? Am I allowed to say that?
Yeah,
If you
that's fine.
think that, you're wrong. Bro, would that be an example of like, I said, if you think you're all liberal, you're wrong. I should say that, right? Because it's not true.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, all right. Bro.
Hey, so my name is Dennis, and one of the topics that
Wait, Dennis, can you stand up real fast?
One of the topics I want to bring up is just what you were saying about the military and what nations usually do. I'm sure the National Guardsmen of Illinois would love and are itching to go into Chicago and fix up their city. But due to the fact that local elected officials, say like the governor and the mayor, are refusing Donald Trump's order
Hold the mic closer
to go in,
Yeah.
they want to push against it because it's Trump.
Yeah, it's politics.
Yeah, it's politics. So on both sides, the liberals and the conservatives want to have their view and be right at the detriment of the people that they serve.
Exactly, man. Exactly. And it's not getting to the more interesting stuff, which is like really the stuff that's far more complicated, man. Yeah. All right, Bella.
I think a huge part about the right and wrong is that we all have different definitions of what we think is right and wrong.
Yep.
I think a lot of things that deal with politics and what we believe is how high we put it on like a morality scale. Like some people may value like the lives of others more than like the betterment of our country. And that's just that. Like some people may think that, you know, giving all our money here is the right thing to do, and that if you want to give it somewhere else, that's the wrong thing to do because you morally believe that that's where the money should go. So I think it's hard to say that we can't have right and wrong conversations because we don't have the same viewpoints on what is right and what is wrong.
Yeah, like everybody's willing to pay taxes.
Right.
They just want to spend their tax dollars on things they want to spend it on. Yeah.
I think what makes up people's definitions of right and wrong is like context in their backgrounds. Like, for example, like everyone in my mom's side, my dad's side, they're all liberal Christians. So like, obviously there's exceptions. I could be conservative, but I am a liberal Christian. And so like, if you're a conservative, you lived in the South, that's all you grow up around. That's all.
And like if you're a conservative Christian living in the South,
Yeah.
for example, like you grow up in that,
So it's like a very rare chance that you're gonna be a Democrat in that society.
or
so.
be a Republican in that side. Yeah,
Yeah.
like you are like it's not chance. Like listen, man, it's very possible that you're gonna die and you're gonna move forward, and you're gonna be like, I should have converted to Islam. Like, God. Man, I missed it. You know what I mean? But you didn't because your family's all Christian. And so, okay. So it's like, you missed the boat. Gonna have to get reborn and come back around,
One thing to add off of that, though, is I don't think that while, like where you grow up in your family and what you learn throughout your childhood obviously makes you the person that you are, I don't think that that should also be an excuse. While it's a way that you get to your thinking, I don't always think that just because you grow up in a conservative family, you have to be conservative, that you can't,
No,
form your own opinions,
Listen, for example,
the point of this debate is to figure out what is right and wrong. Yes, people come in with their own biases, but the point of this is theoretically to figure that out.
Listen, I will tell you something. So for the students who lean liberal, the idea is like, you better figure out some of the stuff that Donald Trump is supporting in this country that is good for this country. And if you don't have anything, if you can't come up with something, you don't have anything, Man, that's just like, that's like studying biology for a whole semester and not even knowing the difference between an atom and a cell. An atom and a cell. Wait, what's that? You know what I mean? Or studying English and not knowing the difference between a verb and a noun. It's like, you better figure it out, because that's what it is. And so, hey, by the way, I want to pause a second. Does somebody else have just something, just forget this whole conversation that we're doing. Does someone else want to raise their hand and give us something that I should not talk about in this classroom? I absolutely should not. Do you have something? Besides my sex life, if my wife isn't here.
Yeah.
All right.
I think kind of similarly to the like immigration topic, like just saying like all police are bad and like we should defund the police. It's like one of those very black and white
Okay,
issues
yeah,
that people
exactly.
tend to
Yeah.
push towards one
Yeah.
political group.
That's like all the military is bad. All the police are bad. Like all ACAB, all cops are bastards, right? You ever see that? ACAB? Anybody parents are police officers? Anyone whose parents are police officers? One? Like, imagine like you see someone with an ACAB hat, all cops are bastards, and I'm like, first off, how would you wear that? And secondly, who are you gonna call when someone breaks into your house? You gonna call your Uncle Joe? You gonna call your liberal friends and be like, hey, can you bring some like weed and some beer over here for these guys? They got guns pointed at my head and like, I don't really know what to do. Don't call the police because they're all bastards. Wait, is that unfiltered? Wait, is that off the hook? Was that too unfiltered? Can I make that joke? Dude, was that unfiltered? I'm good? I'm all right? Wait, hang on though, before we go there. Can somebody tell me something we can't talk about in this classroom? Like, don't bring up this some topic. Just don't bring it up. Is there anything? You got one, bro? Conspiracy theories. Okay, don't bring up conspiracy theories. Yeah, well, it's hard because okay, so don't do that. Okay, cool. Even though I have a couple conspiracy theories I'd like to crank out, but like, who did kill Epstein, by the way? All right. Does somebody else have one? Wait. Does someone else have something I can't? Dude, Sam, don't talk about this topic. See, you all like, anybody got anything? Dude, in the front row. Yeah, can you give him a mic? Thanks.
Anything that's not sociology related.
Wait, hold it close. Yeah.
Please
hold
don't
the mic
talk
really close.
really close.
Yeah.
I feel like we're talking about a lot of things that we can talk about because this is a sociology course. How about we talk about something that we can't talk about and something that you're not able to teach, such as like a topic like physics or math.
Okay, how about this? How about climate change?
You can talk about that.
How can I talk about that? That's like, I'm a sociologist, man.
It's an observation.
Well, it's an observation built on science, though. It's like, can I do climate change? Dude, the guy in the yellow right there, he like, his hand went up really fast. Huh. Okay. So stick with sociology. Okay, so stick with sociology is what I'm hearing. Okay, that's fair. Yeah. Dej, yeah. Dej, make sure you turn it on when you hand it to people. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I'm Aaron, and I kind of wanted to touch upon the topic of conspiracy theories. I feel like that kind of relates back to like opinions, because some people might define certain conspiracy theories as like fact, while others might say it's false. So you might have someone who's a conservative who says, well, climate change is a conspiracy theory. So who says that we can talk about climate change, and like who says we can't? It's kind of nuanced. It's kind of a little too nuanced.
Okay, I got you. All right, thanks for reopening that door for me. All right, we'll do a class on climate change. Even me saying climate change is a problem for some people. What do you mean climate change? The climate's not changing. Like, what are you talking about? Bro, can you? Yeah, go ahead, man.
Is it on? Yeah. Where do I talk? Like, it's right there. Okay. Hello?
Oh, uh, my name's Owen, and I feel like this is not really a topic, more of like a guideline. I don't think we should treat like any type of hatred, like racism, sexism, any bigotry, as an opinion, because it's not. It's a viewpoint, and it's wrong.
Wait.
And
I got you. Hang on. Wait, hang on. Blacking it for 1 second. Wait, say that again, bro.
I don't think we should treat any type of hatred as an opinion, because it's. I mean, it is.
Yeah,
but
okay,
it's,
okay.
It's wrong.
But then what's hatred? Like, what's hatred, right?
Like, this specifically, what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about like, oh, I hate this guy because he killed my dad. That's different. I'm talking
No.
about like unsolicited hatred.
Here, let me give you an example. So a number of years ago, there was a campaign called Stop Asian Hate, because under COVID, so many people of East Asian ancestry were getting attacked. So everybody kept talking about attacks, the hate, the attacks on Asians, and then the stories they told were stories where people, got beat up or something like that. Stop Asian hate, stop Asian hate, and it was all over. And then percent of the hate directed at Asians was just people like calling someone a name. And I'm like, wait, hang on a second. I started asking people, everyone thinks that hate is people getting beat up. Like Asians are getting beat up all over the place. I knew people of Asian ancestry who were afraid to leave their homes because they didn't want to get attacked. And yet the vast majority was like just people calling someone a name. I'm like, so when you say hate, I'm like, wait, hang on a second. Is that hate? Like, I mean, it is hate, but it's like, is it really hate? You know what I mean? Is that hate? It's like if you could call the name, you're like, oh, hey, I experienced a hate crime at Penn State or whatever. It's like, I don't know. It's a question, So you see what I mean? Even there, it's like, shit.
It depends on what you're calling them. Are you calling them? And it's also it's defined. Hatred's defined by the society around you. You're not gonna really get a satisfying answer because it's defined sociologically.
No, but it's you define it the way you want. If I want to define it, if I think I can get people to be like, oh, hate, it means you're beating people up. And I think I can get you to do that. And I keep saying hate, knowing that that's what you're thinking. That's pretty uncool, man. When in fact, it's like, okay, you're yelling at somebody, which I'm not saying people of Asian ancestry, it should be okay to yell and name call people of Asian ancestry. Bro, I'm not saying that. You're all good, right? It's just like, let's be fair to this. All right, wait, do we have something from the stream? Gerald from New York City says, man, it takes so. Sam, how do you personally define the boundary between holding someone accountable and silencing them unfairly? Oh, man. I have a really difficult time with that. I try to be as fair as I possibly can at all moments with giving people the ability to speak. But the problem is in this class, you see like the three of you all are up here, right? We have to run a class. So it's like, I can't let you just say anything you want. That's a really good question, Gerald. You got another question? We don't have another one? All right, man. All right, go ahead. Wait, you know what? All right. Okay, listen, why don't we do this? We're going to do the quiz because we got to get out of here. So can we have a round of applause for our three? Right.
All right, folks. Well, like Sam, I got to get out of here. I am tired, and old man's got to eat. So I will probably be back around 6:45, 7 in the morning Eastern time. And please make sure you hit the like button. Those who are still here, the few, the chosen, the Marines, and see you all in the morning. And I enjoyed it actually. So there's some stuff I did not get to today. Mostly, we're going to talk um, state capitalism, what Trump is doing with Intel and U.S. Steel, and some other businesses that he is promoting a quote golden share in. If you look in the chat, Here for the Tea has a show starting up in a few minutes. So click that link. I'm going to be in that chat and, probably troll from the chat or something like that for a little while till I fall asleep. So enjoyed it, Kelvin, Tropes. Good, always good to see you here, Tropes. CKJ3, Humble Presidents, our sponsors, Lupin and Speak Radio, much appreciated. Lupin, I'm going to be in touch with you. I'll email you. Need to set up this show. Dwale, good to see you, and everyone else who was here. Humble President, CKJ3, of course. Sin 7, my new daughter. So we will see you all in the morning.